afternoon, everybody, and welcome to San Antonio, Texas, as we get ready for what promises to be a fantastic matchup between the Trinity University Tigers and the Hardin-Simmons University Cowgirls. My name is Caleb Reed here on the Tiger Network, and as mentioned, this is going to be a fantastic game. Hardin-Simmons comes into this one undefeated, but both teams coming into this series with 4 wins apiece. Trinity 4-2, Hardin-Simmons 4-0. Hardin-Simmons opened their weekend last week with big wins over the University of Dallas and Centenary, 2 SCAC schools that are very, very familiar foes for these Trinity Tigers, who you see on the field at the moment. And in the circle, you see the one and only Jordan Arce, who had a fantastic day out whenever the Trinity Tigers hosted East Texas Baptist University. The Tiger Derby, if you will, did not disappoint. East Texas Baptist won the first game 6-11, but that first game saw Jordan Arce go absolutely off in terms of her performance. That first game saw Arce have a wonderful day from the batter's box, scored her first and second career home runs during that first game, as that first pitch is outside for a ball. During the second game, got the start, went the complete 7 innings, ended up winning that game 7-6 in a close one. And a very big upset. East Texas Baptist was ranked number 16 in the nation before that game, as that is a swing and a miss for strike number 2. Arce, as a pitcher, leads not just the conference, but the entire NCAA Division III in strikeouts so far this season. She has been absolutely electric from the circle, as the 1-1 goes just a bit too high there for ball number 2. At the moment, it's Haley Henson up to bat, the junior out of Maypearl, Texas, the designated player for these Hardin-Simmons Cowgirls. And she was absolutely amazing with the bat in her hands last season. 125 at-bats. And in those 125 at-bats, 32 runs, 47 hits. Good for a .376 batting average last year. Arce checking the notes on her wrist before getting ready. The windup and the pitch. This one is hit into left field and going to be foul. Chasing that one down was Hayden Del Toro, who, of course, Hayden being very familiar to that left field spot. She's been in the outfield basically her entire career here at Trinity. Arce touching up the hand with the bag a little bit, trying to get a little bit more grip on the ball before the windup. That one just a bit too high as well, so count is full at 3-2. Arce last week as a pitcher did absolutely fantastic. Again, went the full complete games, only allowed 8 hits. Getting ready, the windup, the 3-2. This one is popped foul, and this one's going to be going back and might end up bouncing over to the tennis courts. Tennis having their practice at the moment. And the views that you're seeing right now from our position up at the pavilion is absolutely fantastic. Gorgeous day for some softball action. Got her to look. Strike number 3. And a fantastic outside pitch there by Jordan Arce to manage to get the first out of this game. That is something that Coach Wittenauer was talking about. Need to attack Hardin-Simmons very early on and just staying calm in the circle. Or make sure to get ahead and get a good start, as that one is in for a strike, upper part of the zone.
Do the board and write that down like you do.
RC getting ready here. Again, both of these teams coming into this one with 4 wins apiece. RC with the pitch, swing and a miss for strike number 2, and already RC looking like she's having a very good start. All nice and warmed up. Wasn't very warm over the weekend. A very, very cold game over the afternoon against the East Texas Baptist University Tigers. Temperatures down in the upper 40s, lower 50s, as this one is fouled over into left. And that one's going to go off the top of the stand covering there for the tennis courts and actually rolls onto the court. Looks like tennis has wrapped up their practice, so nobody at risk of getting hit there, but
Order.
so RC getting ready here. The windup and the pitch. This one is popped up to second. Samantha Tagawa there for the catch, and the pretty simple second out of the inning.
The left fielder.
And we will see what happens here, as coming up to the plate now is going to be number 3, Ava Dennis, the freshman out of Pilot Point, Texas, playing in left field today, at least left field to start. This one in for a strike, strike number 1. And RC is looking fantastic so far. The game last weekend, again mentioned, very, very cold, very difficult, and it actually resulted in some complications. Cameron Bishop, the starting pitcher, had some trouble getting a grip, as this one is popped out into left. Del Toro going back, and Del Toro going to get this one for the final out of the inning. So that will do it here for the top of the first inning here from Trinity University. We will take a brief little break, and then we will go to the bottom of the first inning, where we will see the Trinity bats hopefully start to swing.
After half inning, Hardin-Simmons 0.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Tiger Network here from Trinity University. My name is Caleb Reed, and now we're going to get a look at what this Hardin-Simmons defense can do against the Trinity University Tigers. Hayden Del Toro first up to bat for Trinity.
12 center, 28 third, 21 deep.
Up in the circle right now is Haven Williams, senior out of Abilene, Texas. As Del Toro pops this one over to third, and that'll be a quick first out to the inning. Williams in the circle at the moment had an absolutely banner year last season, led the team in almost every single category, pitched 104 innings in the 2023 campaign, her junior year, and only allowed a 275 batting average, 275 ERA, 284 batting average a very, very effective pitcher in the circle. As now up to bat, Samantha Tagawa, freshman for Trinity. That one a bit high for ball number 1.
Hey, you're talking to her. Yeah. It was 4 years less than we got.
Getting ready. This one in for a strike. Tagawa backing up, and it's something that Coach Wittenauer was talking about during the pregame meeting with her. Got to be working on the pitches that are more north-south in the zone instead of east-west. Something that they worked on throughout the week, and something that they will definitely be looking to attack here tonight. The 2-1 is in for another strike, so 2-2 count. And we'll see what Tagawa can do here. Tagawa so far this season has done pretty well for herself. 333 batting average in her 6 games played. The pitch. That one just a bit too far outside, so it's going to be a full count here. 3-2. 3-2-1 on that top row of the scoreboard. 3 balls, 2 strikes, and 1 out. This one popped up by Tagawa going over to get it, and managing to get it is going to be Jaslyn Cantu, sophomore out of Abilene, Texas.
Batting third, designated player number 23, Hannah Boudreau.
And so now we're going to see Hannah Boudreau coming up to bat. And Boudreau had a banner day against ETBU during her 2 games played. Went 4 for 7 on the day, had a run, 4 hits. As mentioned, one of those hits being a double, and also had an RBI and a walk on her stat sheet. That one in for strike number 1. And so we will see what Williams draws up here on the 0-1. The windup and the pitch. This one swung on by Boudreau and back into the fencing. Again, Trinity coming into this one with 2 losses. Their first one was in their second game to open the season. That one up in Austin, Texas at Concordia University. But other than that, have done pretty well for themselves. As that one is hit over to short, and a quick third and final out as both teams go down without a hit to start the game. Hardin-Simmons going to be next up to bat here on the Tiger Network at Trinity, looking to keep them off the boards. Welcome back, everybody, to the Trinity Tiger Network here from San Antonio, Texas. As that first pitch by Jordan Arce in for a strike, up to bat now. It's going to be number 12, Lindsey Radcliffe. And I'll tell you what, Radcliffe had a fantastic season last year as a junior. And this is a team that has a couple of big names as a senior. This was a fantastic strike there for strike number 2. Arce trying to see if she can get her out on 3 straight. That one just a bit too high there. Joan Williams had to go up for it, and Williams once again behind home plate. And catcher, of course, was traditionally at first base before some injuries to the catcher position. Almost got her to go there, but Radcliffe pulled it back just in time, and count is now even at 2-all. Williams has been doing great for herself behind the plate so far, and Coach Whitnauer, of course, nothing but complimentary of the senior. As this one is hit right back to Arce, leaping grab, and a great first out here to start this top of the second inning. Arce leapt up for that one. Almost looked like it was going to go over her head, but a fantastic reach up there and able to get the first out of this inning. So next up to bat is going to be number 28 in the 5-hole spot. Maddie Hubbard swings and pops this one back into the foul netting. Hubbard last season as a freshman played in 32 of Hardin-Simmons' 41 games. Had a .235 batting average during that time and is batting .231 so far here this season. In for a strike, strike number 2, and once again Arce finds herself in an 0-2 count. We'll see if she can avoid going down 2-2 or perhaps even loading the count. Arce steps back. Now the pitch, just a bit too far inside there. Almost hit Hubbard. Had to do a little dance to back out of that one. A free base is always nice if you do get hit by a pitch, but that comes with the consequence of being hit by a pitch. Arce, the movement and the pitch. This one hit right back up to Arce. Can't grab it, but over to short and gets a fantastic outstretched play there by Carson Lee. Lee, traditionally the outfielder, now playing in again due to the injuries. And at shortstop, that was Angela Balsell who made a fantastic play there to get the second out. Next up to bat is going to be number 21, Aaron Love, the catcher-infielder combo. This one right back over to Balsell. Had to bobble it a little bit, but thrown right back over to Carson Lee. And that was a very, very quick top of the second inning. And we will see what happens whenever we go to the bottom of the bottom of the second here from Trinity University. Batting fourth for Trinity and leading off the bottom of the second is going to be the pitcher, Jordan Arce. And I mean, what can't you say about Jordan Arce after that beautiful game that she had with the bat in her hands against East Texas Baptist University there in game number 1. 4 for 6, 3 runs and 4 hits, 2 of those hits being home runs. Looks at a high ball number 1 there by Haven Williams. And again, Williams, the senior out of Abilene, Texas. And Hardin-Simmons, the school out of Abilene, Texas. Williams, the wind and the pitch. Ball number 2, just a bit outside. Abilene, of course, being a familiar foe for Trinity, not just in softball, but in numerous other sports as well. Of course, the playoff football game earlier this season, and of course last season, as that one is in for strike number 1, 2-1 count. And basketball, always a great showing for Trinity versus Hardin-Simmons as well. And these games are always close. Fouled off there by Arce, and it's going to be a tied count here at 2-2. Head coach Casey Wilson here in his first year with Hardin-Simmons, as that one's just a bit too far outside. Coach Wilson, of course, no stranger to Abilene, was a head coach over at Abilene Christian. As this one is popped up, and this one's going to go, it's just going to miss the Mabry Pavilion. But Coach Wilson coming to Hardin-Simmons after spending some time over in, or after initially coaching at Abilene Christian University out in far west Texas, about 4-ish hours northwest of here. This one is going to be foul, a diving grab there by Hubbard, but Hubbard just unable to pull it in time. Arce so far this season comes into it with a, or basically going 2 for 3 on the season. 667 batting average on the year, 2.334 OPS, and that one is going to be a walk there for Jordan Arce, her first walk of the season.
Number 24, Jordan Williams.
And now we're going to see Jordan Williams up to bat, the senior out of Clayton, California, who's played in every game so far this season, leads the team in terms of doubles, tied at the top of that category with Sydney Watson, Hannah Boudreau, and Angela Baltzel. As Arce's going to run for it. This one hits off of the foot of Arce and gets away into the outfield. Arce going to go for third, and Arce getting a stand-up, I don't even know what to call that, a double steal, an error. Either way, Arce now just 60 feet away from home plate with no outs here in the inning. And Jordan Williams, who so far this season has 2 RBIs, looking for perhaps her third. And it's something that Coach Whitner was talking about, just getting after Hardin-Simmons and attacking. This one hit into the outfield. Will they be able to get it in time? They don't. A collision in the outfield. Arce's going to come home. Williams is going to go to second. And that looked like a pretty hard collision there between, that's going to be Lindsay Radcliffe and Emily Jacobs, I believe.
Number 4, Carson Lee.
Jacobs playing in left, Radcliffe playing in center, and just some miscommunication there. Maybe the ball getting lost in this setting sun. Both players getting up okay afterwards, but you never want to have contact between your 2 players like that. That one in for a strike on the 6-spot hitter Carson Lee. Lee so far this season batting 200 on the dot. 516 OPS.
Probably wouldn't be at this point, but
And yeah. Well, actually,
it doesn't matter for them. But she'd be on second.
Yeah,
Play
she
like
wouldn't
that,
be
she might
earned.
go third.
yeah. And,
Like maybe.
So
Maybe go third.
yeah.
Well, she probably would have. Because the ball got away.
getting ready here for the 1-0.
Third.
Right.
So she is technically unearned.
That one swung and fouled off, so Lee gonna get ready for the 1-1. So far this season, Lee,
Move her back.
again with a 516 OPS.
Yeah.
She probably scores.
And of course, a sophomore out of Flower Mound, Texas. Had a pretty good freshman campaign as well. This one fouled back into the foul netting, and now 1-2 count. Still no outs here in the bottom of the second inning. And Haven Williams just trying to get out of this inning before giving up much more. She went a complete game against Centenary, as this one is going to be fouled over into the backyard of TUPD. Williams last week over in Shreveport, again, went the complete game, and last season went 104 innings. Williams allowing 3 runs. As this one is hit into right, going back for it and grabbing it is going to be Henson, but meanwhile, Jordan Williams going to move over to third there on the sacrifice play. And so now with 1 out, we will see coming up to bat Peyton Bowser. Bowser playing third base today, and kind of a bit of a surprise to see Bowser not necessarily in, but in at the third base position, as that position has traditionally been held by Marina De La Luna. De La Luna not in for this game, at least not in the starting lineups. Bowser swings on her first pitch, and this is a pop-up straight to third, and that's about what Williams wanted there with her first pitch. 1 pitch, 1 out, and now the sack is out of contention. As we're going to see Sydney Watson coming up to the plate, and Watson, she has been kind of a spark plug for this Trinity offense. That first pitch is a bit too far outside, and now we'll see whether or not Watson can get Jordan Williams home. Watson's been, again, as I mentioned, kind of a little bit of a spark plug for this team, as this one is hit into center, and it ends up being a lazy little pop-up there to Ratcliffe. So Trinity able to get 1 hit in this bottom of the second inning, and we will see, 1 hit, 1 run, and managed to capitalize off of an error. And now we will see what Hardin-Simmons can do in response. We'll take a quick little break here on the Tiger Network, and we will be right back from San Antonio, Texas. Welcome back, everybody, to the Trinity Tiger Network here from San Antonio, Texas. And again, what a beautiful day it is for some softball action. Unseasonably warm here in February, as this one is hit right into the field, and a bit of confusion there as McMillan thought that it was going to bounce foul. You could see her hesitate there, and that's going to be a mistake she won't want to look back on whenever the Cowgirls head back home after this one. Because we won't be heading home for a couple of days, as this one is hit over to short. Baltimore with a cannon of a throw. Got her at first. What a play. An outstretched reach there by Carson Lee, but a rocket of a throw by Angela Baltimore to save the first hit of this game. And Baltimore has been fantastic from the field so far this season.
Number 22, Jasmine Cantu.
And now we'll see what happens here. This one popped out into left. This could be a 1-2-3 inning, and it is. Well, that's about how you drew it up. 3 pitches, 3 outs. And Trinity now going to get the bats back in their hands. And that's about as good as you can ask for as a pitcher. Really, as anyone. So because that was basically a minute and a half of the inning, we aren't going to go to a break. Instead, we're going to be looking at the next player up, which is going to be Angela Baltzel. Baltzel as a batter, batting .368 on the season so far. Again, tied at the top of the category for doubles so far this season. Has 7 hits on the year, 2 of them being a 2-bagger, but also has some very sneaky speed to her. So far, 3 stolen base attempts, all 3 of them going for a successful snag.
Bottom of the 3rd inning, leading off for the Trinity Tigers.
And so now leading off here in the bottom of the 3rd is going to be Angela Baltzel, sophomore out of Antioch, California last season. Or not last season, so far on the career, batting .283, .368 this year, much higher than her career average. Also went 1 for 5 last year. That one's in for a strike, 1-1 count. Williams getting the start. This will be her 2nd appearance and 2nd start of the season, only allowing 1 run per game. 1 run on the ERA at least. That one outside for ball number 2. Williams only allowed 2 runs during HSU's 3-2 victory over Centenary. And Hardin-Simmons kind of going through a little bit of an SCAC, I don't want to say gauntlet, so to speak, but definitely an SCAC streak. Started the season with 2 games at Dallas, then went over to Shreveport to play Centenary. This one in for a strike, and so count is now full at 3-2. After this one, the Cowgirls are going to go on the road to Southwestern up in Georgetown, and then over to Kerrville to play Schreiner. That one outside for Baltzel, as she will take her free base. Baltzel, 1 walk so far this season, make it 2. As now we're going to go all the way back to the top of the order, and we will see Hayden Del Toro with the bat in her hands once again. Del Toro so far this season, most at-bats of anybody on the team. She started at the 1 spot in basically every game so far this year. every game that we've covered here at home, at least. As a little pump fake there by McMillan, trying to get Balsall to stay back at first. 2 walks already on the day for Haven Williams. That one, Del Toro tried to check her swing, could not in time, and so will be strike number 2 here. As the 0-2 coming up. See it out of the top corner of your screen, soccer warming up. As Del Toro gets this one out into center, and Ratcliffe is over just in time. Ball didn't die out as fast as Del Toro was hoping for, to try and get a little blooper hit. And so now we'll see Samantha Tagawa coming up to bat here with 1 out. Tagawa playing second base so far today. Went 0 for 1 in her first outing, a pop-up to shortstop. Hoping for a bit better here. The windup in the pitch goes bunt. The dropped catch allows Balsall to go to second there on the snag. And I bet that if McMillan hadn't dropped that one, it would have been a much closer play than it was. It was a drop, and then it kind of bounced in at second. And Balsall already in a running stance. You can see the speed already. Tagawa drops down the bunt. Balsall going to go to third. Tagawa at first. Ball is dropped, and Balsall is going to go home. And Trinity gets another run there on the board. That one's going to be an error credited over to Mayhew, but Trinity able to get a second run on the boards there as Tagawa drops the bunt and advances on the play.
The designated player number 23, Hannah Boudreaux.
So now Hannah Boudreaux going to come up to bat. Boudreaux again 0 for 1 on the day. Everybody in the first 3 spots went down in their first plate appearance. But so far, Trinity is really stepping it up here. We'll see what Boudreaux does here. Whether or not she gets another hit. Lets that one go, and now another steal attempt. This one goes past the outstretched glove there of Cantu, but picked up there by the center fielder, Lindsay Ratcliffe. Able to prevent a play, or able to prevent Tagawa from going to third. Not sure if you could overhear it, as that one is foul. Not sure if you could overhear it here on the mic, but that play that ended up bringing the runner home will be credited as unearned. So Haven Williams only allowing 1 earned run so far today, 2 overall in her 2.1 innings pitched.
No, I'm not on 18.
That one shot hard to right, a laser off the bat, and everybody in the Hardin-Simmons dugout had to duck for it.
Okay. They combined, I think. I don't know who won.
I think T-Mobile.
So 2-0 count coming up. We'll see what Williams goes with here. That one just a bit too far outside for ball number 1. So Boudreaux avoids the strikeout. Only struck out twice so far in her career. Of course, being a freshman. Doesn't have multiple years under her belt. Does have multiple years at the high school level, but this one is a swing and a little dribbler foul. So it remains 1-2 on the count. 1 out here, bottom of the 3rd. And Boudreaux hoping to get some contact on the ball here. That one a bit too high. McMillan with the pump fake, and it will be a even count at 2-2. McMillan listed as a utility player. playing catcher here today, and she was kind of everywhere last season, especially as a fielder. Fantastic fielding numbers. As Boudreaux hits this one foul once again. And once again to the left. And something that I noticed during the opening series, that one was against Howard Payne, but something that I noticed, a lot of the foul balls were going over to the right, as the batters not really up to speed. And once again out fouling left. Hitters kind of hitting it a bit late and sending it out into right, but now a lot of these foul balls are starting to go over to the left, so batters have maybe overcompensated a little bit and are swinging just a little bit too early. But we will see what happens here. Boudreaux, as soon as I say it, sends it out into right. And once again, foul. So a very high pitch count, or a very long at-bat here for Haven Williams. Williams, again the senior, most experience out of anybody on this Cowgirls team. And getting ready for the 2-2. Another swing, and that one just kissed off the top of the foul netting. And this at-bat continues. See maybe a little bit of frustration starting to grow on the face there of Williams, as she wants this at-bat to end, and Boudreaux wants this at-bat to end just in her favor. Sun's starting to set now. Shadows getting pretty low. We'll see if that has any effect. The wind-up, the pitch, swinging strike number 3. As Williams, you can see she is fired up. A very long at-bat ends with Haven Williams' first strikeout of the day. And now we will see Jordan Arce coming up to bat. Arce, so far during her career, has been absolutely electric. Played at second base for a good bit, as this one is going to be popped up. Cantu going for it, reaches up and gets it. And again, Haven Williams able to stop the bleeding just in time to only allow 1 run on the bottom of the inning. So we will take a quick little break here on the Trinity Tiger Network. And coming up next is going to be the top of the 4th, and going to be leading off for the Hardin-Simmons Cowgirls is going to be Haley Henson, junior out of Maypearl, Texas. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the Trinity Tiger Network. My name is Caleb Reed, up here in the Mabry Pavilion. The lights have just come on here at the softball field as the sun continues to set. You can see those long shadows here, as almost the entire infield is in shadow at this point. Up to bat is Haley Henson, junior out of Maypearl, Texas, playing right field so far today. Led the team last season in terms of runs and hits, so the most walks of anybody on the team, but tied for the most strikeouts. This one hit over to Carson Lee, playing at first, and a very simple step over to the bag will retire the leadoff batter here in this inning. So far, Hardin-Simmons has not gotten a hit. Trinity with 2, but also taking advantage of 2 errors by Hardin-Simmons. Up to bat now, Madison Mayhew.
No, I know that, but I was thinking.
Is that much a bit too high for ball number 1? Mayhew, the first baseman, led the team last season in terms of her OPS. Had 15 doubles, so she's definitely got a power bat. Also had a few triples as well, so Mayhew leveraging that speed and that bat to good effect. This one going over into left. Del Toro running up to grab it, and Del Toro gonna get the second out there. There was a little bit of kind of communication there between Angela Baltzell and Del Toro, but Del Toro using that speed that managed to have her lead the team in terms of stolen bases last season, ends up getting ends up utilizing it there to get the out. This one going to be popped back and foul, and that one hits off the trees. Got to watch out there.
Number 8, Emily Jacobs.
It looks like some branches fell on somebody there after the ball hit off of the leafless trees. May not be summer, but boy, does it feel like it right now. So the 0-1 count. This one a bit too far inside. Williams unable to hang on to it, and throwing it over there was number 12, Lindsay Radcliffe, who's next up to bat. Yeah, a kind of unseasonably warm day here in San Antonio, especially for spring. 74 degrees. That was just a bit too high. 74 degrees, absolutely no wind, as you can see from our center field flagpole. But with how Texas is, you can never really trust the weather to stay consistent, so expect that to change sometimes throughout the course of an at-bat. Arce, the pitch just a bit too far outside, low and outside. Some great movement on that one. That one looked to be a slider, I think. As it started out towards the middle of the plate, but just drifted outside. So the 3-1 count coming up, definitely a hitter's count. Arce checks her wrist. Now the windup, the pitch. Hit over to third. Bowser with the throw over, gets her in time, and that'll be the third and final out of this top of the 4th inning. So Hardin-Simmons keeps a big old goose egg in the hit column. And Trinity now hoping to continue their run, having scored a run in both of their previous innings, hoping to make it 3 in a row here from San Antonio. Next up to bat is going to be Jordan Williams leading off the bottom of the 4th inning. Williams 1 for 1 so far today, did have a double, and that one turning into not a run, but did get an RBI with her double. That one in for a strike number 1. So the 0-1 pitch. This one hit out into right field. Going back and chasing is going to be Henson, and Henson reaches up and grabs it pretty easily. And That's one thing about softball. Unless it is a low screamer or a ball that goes basically off the wall, the outfielders are very, very easily able to grab some of these. Some of these hits that in baseball would be a stand-up double. Lee hits this one over to short, and Cantu with a rifle of a throw able to get the second out of the inning. And so now coming up, we're going to be seeing Peyton Bowser, the third baseman. Mentioning baseball, of course, baseball, just checking the time, baseball getting ready for their first game of the season and their first home game of the season as well. They have their series against Babson. That one in for strike number one on Bowser. So the 0-1. That one just a bit too low there for ball number one, and count evens up at 1-1. First time out, Bowser flew out over to third base. And that one once again going over to left. Rolling down and going to be picked up by one of the fans, so he returned to the team. And now we'll see what Williams can do here on the 1-2. Got her looking, strike number 3. A great little outside pitch there on Peyton Bowser, and Haven Williams able to get out of the inning without any runs allowed, without any hits allowed either.
Trinity still leads.
Put him down 1-2-3, and that will be the end of the 4th inning. So now getting ready for the top of the 5th. We're going to take a quick little break here on the Tiger Network, and we will be right back. Getting ready here for the top of the 5th inning, and leading off is going to be Lindsey Radcliffe. So far, Hardin-Simmons just hoping to get a player on base. RC hasn't allowed a walk, hasn't hit a batter, and Hardin-Simmons hasn't gotten a hit, but they get one right here. Del Toro moving over out of her glove. Radcliffe is going to be able to get a double here. So after going hitless all day, Lindsey Radcliffe with a stand-up double
for Lindsey Radcliffe
to hopefully get the wheels moving here for Hardin-Simmons. They've started off kind of slow, and it's something that this Hardin-Simmons team really, really wanted to avoid. Of course, Radcliffe, one of the veteran players on this team, and Coach Wilson was talking about it. He said that whenever he came to Hardin-Simmons, he was really kind of pleasantly surprised by how many returning players he was able to get. Of course, coming over from Abilene Christian, coached softball there for a few years. Also coached soccer before ACU got their softball program. The pitch, this one is going to be a bunt and fouled back. Jordan Williams almost ended up getting a fantastic out there, but unable to turn around and maybe dive for it in time. It was a bit too far back behind her to maybe make a play on it, but Can always hope. So RC getting ready here for the 1-1. No outs here in this inning so far. RC the windup and the pitch. Swung over to third. Bowser checks the runner at second and gonna get the first out of the inning. Ratcliffe thought about running, but Bowser with a quick look over said, I don't think that's a good idea, and ended up throwing it over to first, where Carson Lee was able to get the first out of this top of the 5th inning. Coming up next
Next up for Hardin-Simmons
is going to be the designated player, Aaron Love, freshman out of Denton, Texas, batting .250 so far this season. First pitch is a foul back again into the TUPD backyard. Haven't seen anybody go out to collect the balls during games, but I don't see any of the balls left over from the weekend action, so I'm going to assume that sometime between now and then they ended up getting those balls back. That one just a bit too far inside, evens the count up at 1-1. All ones on the top row of the scoreboard. And Aaron Love wearing number 21. Ratcliffe on second. Love with the bat in her hands. And once again, fouled back off the foul netting. RC just going to pick this one up. Had a lot of spin on it. Still no runs here for the Cowgirls. And RC hoping to get another shutout on the season. Has one of them so far. Number just a bit too high for ball number 2, so count stays even at 2-2. RC as a pitcher, 4 appearances, 3 starts, and 3 wins on the year. As this one is hit out into right, stepping up, Gonzalez can't get it, loses it a little bit, and Ratcliffe is going to score, as sliding into second is going to be Love. So an RBI double gets the first run of the day on the boards for Hardin-Simmons. As now we're going to have a little bit of a meeting in the circle.
RBI for Aaron Love.
That one is going to be marked as an error, I believe. See a little 1 underneath the E.
No, I'm talking about the runner.
On the scoreboard, so it will be marked as an error there by Leia Gonzalez. Gonzalez playing in right field has only played 1 game so far this season, and it actually ends a perfect career average for her as a fielder. She has never had an error before that last one, and if you're going to have your first error, that's definitely not the best place to do it, as it allows the runner on, or as it allows the runner to score in a close game.
Next up for Hardin-Simmons, the catcher, number 7.
First pitch is good for a strike, as bad is Christian McMillan, the catcher. Played in 41 games last season, had a .333 average on the year. Is now we're having some conversation between the official and the coach. Trying to see what it is, and they're going to bring on a pinch runner. So in to run for Aaron Love is going to be number 27. That player, I'm not entirely sure who it is. See, number 27. That one is going to be Jory Hood. So interesting to see Hood out there, as Hood is actually a pitcher. Freshman out of Keller, Texas. We'll see what she can do on the bags. That one's just a bit too high. Hood scrambling back. Hood so far this season has just 1 appearance on her resume. That one was a complete game over in Dallas, picking up her first win of the season as a pitcher, but haven't seen what she can do on the base pass. Williams thought about the throw, but over at third, Bowser wasn't ready, and so Baltzell was essentially chasing down Hood the entire way. Hood able to steal third, and now the tying run just 60 feet away with still an out to go. So RC really needs to be careful here. And hoping to get a very quick out. 2-1 count coming up for RC. The windup and the pitch, that one just a bit too high there. And so now the 3-1. McMillan definitely going to get the green light to swing it. McMillan, as a batter last season, did have 3 RBIs. No, sorry, 1 RBI. And that one is in for a strike, so now a full count. Apologies, 22 RBIs on the season for McMillan. I was looking at the wrong category. Has 1 RBI so far this season. And we'll see what she can do here. 3-2-1 on the top row. And the wind and the pitch. Managed to foul tip that one off. McMillan went low, RC went high. And we'll see what happens here on yet another full count pitch. This one's really going to be the payoff here. RC's the step up and the delivery, and too high. So McMillan going to take the free pass at first. Now runners on the corners here for Jordan RC.
Next up for Hardin-Simmons,
And
number 0, Ashley.
coming up next for Hardin-Simmons is going to be Ashley Easley, senior out of Allen, Texas, another one of the seniors on this team who have made big impacts throughout their careers here with the Cowgirls. 3 seniors on this team. First pitch fouled back for strike 1. The field now completely in shadow as the sun continues to set here in San Antonio. Still see the amber glow off of some of the buildings here in the area off of 281. RC checking her wrist and getting ready for the delivery. Runner goes, and Williams not going to make the throw over, so now McMillan is able to get the bag. Now runners on second and third. McMillan, a smart steal there to avoid the double play opportunity. And all ones on that top row once again. That one a bit too low there for the strike call, and so it'll set up 2-1. And RC now might be getting in a little bit of trouble. Not really trouble in terms of her delivery. She's doing well in terms of her positioning, just having some issues as this bunt is going to be foul. The call there by Easley was good, just ended up not able to get it into the field of play, because if you drop the bunt, you either get the hit and load the bases, or the throw over, get you out at first, and then the runner from third scores. This one swung right back up the middle. This is going to tie the game as Watson throws it in. The cutoff there by Carson Lee could have gotten easy there at first, but instead tried to check the runner at third, and runners remain at second and third with now a tie ball game in the top of the 5th inning. seeing some movement over in the bullpen as well. Not entirely sure who it is at the moment, but RC just going to be trying and get out of this inning at this point, as it has gotten all tied up here in the 5th. First pitch called a ball. And we'll see what RC does here on the 1-0. The delivery, this one is swung and going to be foul off the treetops. Hits actually right in the middle of the fence there for the TUPD house, and ends up rolling on into the backyard. So 1-1 with still 1 out in this top of the 5th inning. Runners on second and third. Line up the delivery. This one swung and once again fouled back. So 1-2 coming up. This is a very good position for Hardin-Simmons to be in, because still with 1 extra out to work with, you can afford to maybe have a sacrifice fly here, a sac bunt, whichever you need to do. And they're going to say that was foul just off the inside of the bat there of Jaslyn Cantu, sophomore out of Abilene, Texas. The shortstop, 28 games played last season as a freshman. Batted .258, .375 so far this season for 3 hits in her 8 at-bats. This one is going to be fouled over into left. Goes just over the lip of the fence there and winds up in the grass. So there was earlier movement over in the Trinity bullpen, but that movement appears to have stopped. So not sure what the plan is going forward on that, but RC gets her to strike out looking. So RC managing to turn up the heat just a little bit here. RC leading NCAA Division III in terms of strikeouts, and gets another one on the day for, it's going to be her second of the evening, as now managing to put Hardin-Simmons in kind of a little bit more difficult of a position, as up to bat now is going to be Haley Henson, junior out of Maypearl, Texas, playing in right field today. The listed infielder playing a little bit out of position. And we will see if she is able to get contact on this bat. So far today, she struck out looking and then grounded out. And hoping to avoid that here, but Jordan RC definitely wanting to keep her pace up. So 2-0 here by RC. We'll see what RC is able to do here. The windup, the hit, that one is going to be fouled back. So 2-1 coming up. And a pretty good-sized crowd here for some Friday Night Light action here from Trinity University here on this freshly renovated field. They got a little bit of touch-up work done over the offseason last year, swinging strike number 2. And so all 2s on that top row of the scoreboard. 2 runs scored this inning, 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. With, of course, 2 runners on. RC has not allowed those runners to move in quite a bit, and hoping to send Henson packing here. The pitch is going to be a bit too low, so full count. RC so far this season, again, leads NCAA Division III with 24, make it 26 strikeouts on her season so far, had 103 last year. RC, the windup, the pitch, and fouled back off of the left third there of that foul netting. A great crowd out here for this game, of course. Game number 1 of 2 that will be played tonight, and series number 1 of 2 that will be played this weekend. Next series will be played tomorrow against another Abilene school, McMurray. RC, the windup, this one is hit out into right, looking dangerous, and it's going to be foul. That one had enough power to leave the yard, but swung just a little bit too early there and ended up sending it to be a very deep and very dangerous foul ball. Henson last season did have a home run, so she does have a career home run to her mark. Played in 40 games. RC hoping to avoid that here. The windup on the 3-2, just a bit too far outside, and so now the bases are loaded. And coming up to bat now is going to be Madison Mayhew, the junior out of Beaverton, Oregon.
Now batting at first base, number 4, Madison
Playing at first
Mayhew.
base today, and she is hoping to make some noise here with the bases loaded. Mayhew last season, .382 average to her name. RC, the windup and the pitch in for strike number 1. Great throw there. And that movement that I saw earlier has not resumed. This has been a fairly long 5th inning. RC looking over, getting the signal, and now getting ready for the pitch. The windup and the throw, and it's going to be foul. Once again, hitting off the top of the sort of protective roof there for the tennis courts, and gonna end up rolling into the tennis courts. So 0-2 count coming up here with 2 outs. RC could send her packing and is definitely going to be trying to here. Shaking off the first pitch and trying to figure out what she wants to do here. The windup and the throw. This one is hit into center field. Watson going over to it, and Watson able to save what could have been a big play to take the lead and maybe take it and extend it on the same play. But we've now got a tie game here from San Antonio. Trinity and Hardin-Simmons even at 2 as we get ready for the bottom of the 5th here on the Trinity Tiger Network. Welcome back, everybody, to the Trinity Tiger Network. My name is Caleb Reed here from San Antonio, as we're going to see Sydney Watson coming up to bat here. Watson had a few key hits during the series against Howard Payne, and in addition, also had one hit that went for a double against ETBU, but other than that, held hitless, 1-6 on the afternoon for her. Those games played at noon and 2 o'clock on Saturday. Last Saturday, I should say. Trinity losing the first game before having a fantastic 7-6 victory over number 16 East Texas Baptist University. First ranked win by the Trinity Tigers in quite some time. Their last ranked win being against Mary Hardin-Baylor last season, but still a pretty good weight. As Watson hits one over to short, a rifle of a throw, not gonna get there in time. Watson legged that one out. It looked like it was gonna go over to the third baseman originally, Hubbard, but Hubbard kind of stumbled a little bit as she was going back to get it, and Cantu just couldn't throw it hard enough in time.
Number 2, the shortstop, Angela Baltzel.
And so coming up now is gonna be the shortstop, Angela Baltzel, getting ready for this one. She's played in all 6 games so far this season, 35 games on the career on the career slot for her in that category. First pitch is a strike, and so 0-1 coming up. Still no outs in this bottom of the 5th inning. Tie ball game. As the pitch, this one goes right over to short, and that's going to be a double play. Watson moved over, thought that it was going to go off the ground and tried to leg it out, but it went right into the glove there of Cantu, and a great little double play. Very nifty shot.
Number 1, Hayden Del Toro.
Cantu last season did have a double play to her name, and she gets another one there. So with 2 outs now, Del Toro steps up as the batting order resets once again. This was just a bit too far outside there. Looked to be some good movement there on that pitch. Dropping over in the corner. Del Toro getting ready. Second pitch is called a strike, and so it'll be an even 1-1 count. Starting to get a little bit dark here, but it's never going to be completely dark as the floodlights have come on. Williams with the delivery, fouled off. Just fouled off the tip of the bat there by Del Toro. If Del Toro is able to get on base here, the next up would be freshman Samantha Tagawa, who is 1 for 2 on the day. Del Toro so far 0 for 2, grounded out and flew out in the first and third, respectively. This one fouled off, going to the right side, and count will remain at 1-2. Picked up and thrown over there by Mayhew. Mayhew wearing a pretty flashy yellow bow. As Williams getting ready, Williams getting ready for the delivery. This one a bit too high and outside. For ball number 2, so all 2s on that top row. Actually, all 2s everywhere. 2-2 game, 2-2 count with 2 outs. And 2 runs so far scored in the 5th inning. Top of the 5th inning, though, not the bottom. Del Toro fouls this one off, and it will remain an even count. A lot of Trinity action going to be happening not only today, but over the next few days, as, again, baseball has their season opener here today. The delivery, this one hit over to short. Cantu going to rifle this one over the first, and Cantu, well, she's done basically everything so far this inning, hasn't she? Got the double play and also got the throw to end out the 5th inning. So game remains tied, and Hardin-Simmons hoping to continue their march as They will have the bats in their hands after a good top of the 5th, and they hope to have a good top of the 6th as well here on the Trinity Tiger Network. Welcome back, everybody, to San Antonio here. Trinity University hosting the Hardin-Simmons Cowgirls.
Left fielder, number 8.
And getting ready for this one, getting ready to hit is going to be the, is going to be the left fielder, Emily Jacobs, freshman out of Joshua, Texas. Wearing the sleeve on that right arm. Big swing there on strike number 1. And RC looking to be feeling pretty good so far. Movement in both dugouts, in both bullpens. Not entirely sure what the movement is on the Hardin-Simmons side, but for Trinity, looks like Cameron Bishop warming up, and with just 2 innings left to go before we hit the scheduled end of this one. They could be warming up here for game number 2. RC with the windup and the delivery in for strike number 2. So RC getting ahead of the batter here on the 1 and 2. Jacob so far today has flown out and grounded out. That one in the 1st and 4th respectively for her. RC with the wind and the delivery goes right back to RC, and RC, despite having it bounce off of her glove, manages to throw it over to Carson Lee to get the first out here of the top of the 6th. Next up to bat is going to be number 12, Lindsay Radcliffe, senior out of Harker Heights.
Center fielder, number 12, Lindsay Radcliffe.
And again, Radcliffe was great last season. Actually led the team in terms of her power bat with home runs. And was just an overall great weapon for Hardin-Simmons. So we'll see if she can continue that here again. The delivery by RC a bit too low. Looks like it kind of bounced there into the glove of Jordan Williams. And so it will be a 1-0 coming up. One out here in the inning. This one hit over into right, bounces off of the foul netting. Actually bounced off the pole that supports the foul netting. That's why it kind of rocketed back into the field of play like that. And so now getting ready for Radcliffe to receive this pitch. This one is hit well going into center field. And Watson just moves over a few steps, able to get it. A little bit of a high five there between her and Leia Gonzalez. And that will be the second out here of this top of the 6th. So after a fairly long top of the 5th that ended up seeing 2 runs put on the board there for Hardin-Simmons, RC has managed to kind of calm it down a bit and gotten 2 very quick outs. Strike 1 called there. Great throw there to number 28. That's going to be Maddie Hubbard, sophomore out of Frisco, Texas. 235 batting average last season. Also 9 walks and 8 strikeouts. RC, the delivery a bit too high. RC so far over the course of her career has an ERA of about 4, allowing roughly 6 or so hits per 7, as this one is going to be another hit going out to left. Del Toro gets it on a 1-hopper, and it will be a 2-out single to continue to extend this inning. Now up to bat is going to be number 21, Aaron Love, who ended up getting who ended up starting the run for Hardin-Simmons during that 5th inning. Some communication between the coach and official. And we do have a pinch runner coming in, so I believe I heard it as number 10. So number 10 is in. That is going to be Ava Dennis, freshman out of Pilot Point, who was listed in the original starting lineup before a last-minute change with about 5 minutes to go before first pitch. This one called for a strike for Jordan Arce. First pitch on the 0-1. So now getting ready for the second here. The windup and the delivery, runner goes. Williams going to throw it over, not in time. So Dennis runs over and collects her first stolen base of her career. That pitch is a bit too far outside. Williams had to kind of stabilize her feet, and then the throw was a bit offline as well there for Baltzell, who ran over to deliver the tag. Just unable to get her in time. This one fouled back onto the foul netting. Ends up right on top of the T and the Tiger logo, which is currently being covered up by our score bug. And now getting ready for the 1-2 once again with 2 outs. She looks into the dugout for the signal, and now getting a batter's timeout as Love kind of wants to settle herself down a little bit, figure out where she wants to go, what she wants to do. The windup and the delivery bounces in, gets away from Williams, and that is going to allow the runner to advance from second to third. And so, once again, a very, very, very tricky spot for Jordan Arce to be in here. With the windup and the delivery, swing in. What a fantastic play there by Jordan Arce. She's pitched a good game so far. We know what she can do with the bat, and she's had a couple of great fielding plays as well. Manages to keep the runner away from home plate and keeps a 0 on the scoreboard here in the top of the 6th. So now going to the bottom of the 6th, we'll see if Trinity can perhaps retake the lead that they ended up giving away to Hardin-Simmons whenever we come back here in San Antonio. Getting ready for now, this is going to be the third time, I believe, that we have seen Samantha Tagawa today. Tagawa so far 1 for 2 on the afternoon, and looking to see what she can do here. Had a single in the third, popped out in the first, but that first pitch in for a strike. This game all tied up at 2 runs apiece after Hardin-Simmons managed to get 2 in the top of the 5th. Trinity got their runs in the 2nd and 3rd. As Tagawa lines this one over to Cantu, and Cantu gonna throw that one over to first. No changes in the defensive lineup.
The designated player, number 23, Hannah Boudreau.
And offensively, we'll see what Hannah Boudreau can do. Boudreau, over last weekend, had a great outing. 4 for 7 on the day for her during the 2 games against the East Texas Baptist University Tigers. So far today, 0 for 2. So far this season, Boudreau with a 421 average, 976 OPS, so both pretty good figures for her in those categories. So we'll see what Haven Williams can do here. This was just a bit too, oh, it looked outside from this position, but it's going to be ruled a strike, just barely nipped the outside corner. There's some great movement on that pitch as well. It started out towards the middle of the plate and then broke outside. So great little slider action there by Haven Williams. This one is right over the head there of Mayhew, and Boudreau is going to get her first hit of the day. And with 1 out, Boudreau able to get herself on base. As a brief stoppage in the action here, as assistant head coach Jasmine Cortinas just talking with the official. Looks like we may be getting a pinch runner in. And if it is a pinch runner, I would be willing to say it would be Ella Whitaker. And in fact, it is going to be Ella Whitaker, fresh out of Roanoke, Texas.
Ella Whitaker.
And
Pitcher number 27.
we saw what she could do with her speed whenever she's been in for a couple of games. Got to play in right field against, I believe, that was Howard Payne, where we last saw her. Swinging strike 1 by RC. This one gets away into the outfield, but great recovery there by Ratcliffe, and it looked like it was going to be a repeat there of an earlier play where it kind of bounced off of the runner, but Whitaker able to avoid getting hit with the ball, and the sliding steal of second. So we'll see what Haven Williams dials up here on the 0-1. RC had 2 home runs against ETBU during Game 1. First time that a Tiger has done that since 2021, whenever Marina De La Luna did it. De La Luna not in for this game. She's been kind of going through a little bit of a slump, and Coach Wittenauer opting to put Bowser in that position instead. But Haven Williams getting ready here on the 1-1. The windup and the delivery. Rocket of a hit there. That one almost hit Jordan Williams there. Nodding and saying, yeah, I'm okay. Maybe a bit shaken, but definitely okay. Both of these teams coming into this one have only played teams in their opponents' respective conferences. As a swinging strike 3 there by Jordan Arce sets her down for just her 3rd strikeout of the year.
How about the catcher number 24, Jordan Williams.
And now we're going to see Jordan Williams coming back up to bat. But both of these teams have only played opponents in their opponents' respective divisions. Trinity has only played ASC schools, and Hardin-Simmons only playing SCAC schools. And that's not going to change tomorrow either. As Williams getting ready for the first pitch. McMillan with a pretty hefty pump fake there to try and discourage Whitaker. Hardin-Simmons going to be going on the road up to Georgetown tomorrow to face Southwestern in a two-game doubleheader series, while Trinity will remain at home as they'll be playing the McMurray University Warhawks. Those games set to start at noon and 2 o'clock respectively. And looks like they called that one a balk, so I'm not sure if it was a balk or the official motion to his wrist for something. Not entirely sure what.
Pitch clock.
Oh, hearing that's a pitch clock. So now on the 3-0, in for a strike on Williams. Considering that there isn't an actual physical clock, that is a rule that I was unaware of that was added for this year. As Williams gonna fly this one over to short, and that will be the end here of the 6th inning. So going into the 7th and potentially final inning, this game remains tied at 2 apiece. Hardin-Simmons hoping to get the advantage here as we go into the top of the 7th here on the Trinity Tiger Network. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to San Antonio and Trinity University as we get ready here for the top of the 7th inning. RC remains in the circle, and leading off the inning is going to be Christian McMillan. McMillan so far has walked in the 5th and grounded out in the 3rd. As there we go, we got the window open over there in front of the camera, so some good little teamwork here by the crew up in the pavilion. Getting ready for the 2-0. Scoreboard says 3-0, but it's still just 2-0 at the moment. RC with the windup and the delivery. Now it's 3-0. RC so far today, 6 innings pitched, has gone the complete game so far. 4 hits and 2 runs allowed, both of them earned. As well as a couple of walks and a couple of strikeouts. That one in for a strike and avoids the 4-pitch walk. So the 3-1 incoming. McMillan steps back and now comes back in after kind of recollecting herself and getting ready. This one is slapped over to third, and noticing that McMillan is definitely favoring the inside part of the box there, really crowding the plate. So now 3-2, full count coming up here for McMillan, who's playing catcher today, the listed utility player. The windup and a bit too high there for Jordan Arce, who issues her third walk of the day.
9 second, number 0, Ashley.
And now we are going to see Ashley Easley coming up, another senior on this team. This senior coming out of Allen, Texas, up in the DFW area. Allen, a pretty hefty sized school district as well. As this one is going to be hit over to Baltzell at short, over to Carson Lee, and that will be the first out here of the top of the 7th inning. Meanwhile, the runner, McMillan, does move up to second on the play. And looks like we are going to see a pinch hitter here in for Cantu. Ella Salinas, a sophomore out of San Antonio, Texas. Haven't seen her so far this season, but last season as a freshman, she batted .352. Actually, was one of the better players on the team in that category, and it was kind of a bit of a surprise to see her not in for the first 4 games of the season, but in talking with Coach Wilson, he revealed that Salinas actually had a off-season procedure, and she's been healing up, and so these will be her first live at-bats as a sophomore. First pitch in for strike number 1. So 0-1 count incoming for Salinas. The sophomore out of San Antonio, Texas, having her homecoming. And likely a big reason why the HSU crowd is a bit more vocal than typical away crowds. This one skips away from Williams, and she loses the ball there and ends up allowing the runner McMillan to advance over to third. So now with a runner just 60 feet away, the go-ahead runner on third, Arcee's really going to have a very, very tense time up there. When talking with Coach Wittenauer, she mentioned that this is probably the best form that Arcee's been in her life, the best that she's ever seen her at least. And the exact wording was just leaps and bounds ahead of where she was last season. Hoping to get out of this one without surrendering a run, but with the runner on third, it's going to be a lot more difficult than it was before. The pitch in for the strikeout as Salinas goes down looking. That'll definitely make it a bit easier there for Jordan Arce. As now on the second out of this 7th inning, potentially able to keep the runner on third. The sacrifice play is out of contention now, so Arce with a bit of a load off. Definitely can't take it easy, but it's going to be a lot less tense than it was before. 1-0 coming up after that ball was just a bit too low. And we'll see what Henson is able to do here. The windup by Arce and the delivery. This one is popped up, going back for it, and it ends up in the first row of the crowd, bouncing off of those bricks that were laid down. One thing about the crowd being so close to the action is that sometimes it can result in issues like that, where the crowd gets a bit too close to the action. Kids having to hold their hands up and prevent getting hit by a ball. But RC getting ready here, hoping to deliver no more balls and getting out here. This one in for a strike, and so now RC potentially one pitch away from getting out of this inning despite allowing the runner to get to third. McMillan walked, stole second, and then, or no, sorry. McMillan walked, advanced on a hit, and then advanced on, and then advanced on a wild pitch. This one a bit too far outside, but Haley Henson hoping to avoid going down here. It would be a tough spot to go down in. But a position that the Trinity defense is hoping to force. RC with the windup and the delivery on the 2-2. Got her swinging, strike number 3. Jordan RC with a fantastic way to end out that top of the 7th and keep Hardin-Simmons off the boards. And now Trinity potentially able to walk it off here in the 7th as we get ready for the bottom of the 7th. 2-2 score. Don't go anywhere. This game is just getting exciting here from Trinity University. Welcome back, everybody, to the Trinity Tiger Network here from Trinity University in San Antonio, Texas. My name is Caleb Reed, and we've watched an absolutely fantastic ball game so far. And now here in the bottom of the 7th with a tie 2-2 scoreline, we're going to see Carson Lee up first to bat. Lee playing first base this game in exchange for Jordan Williams, who's in at catcher. First pitch goes for a strike. Lee, so far this season, hitting below her career average, hitting about 200 on the year. In fact, 200 on the dot. 305 career average for her. Williams delivers the second pitch. It's going to be a ball, so 1-1 count. Haven Williams last season had 9 wins, 8 losses. So far this season, 1-0, after going a complete 7 innings against Centenary. That one in their first game, a 3-2 victory over the ladies. That one in the outside part of the zone for strike number 2, and now getting ready for the 1-2. Carson Lee hoping to avoid a strikeout here. She's already had 1 on the year so far, has had 12 over the course of her career here at Trinity. And really wanting to avoid getting set down here. The hit, this one right over to short. The throw over in time. And so a great little play there by Jaslyn Cantu to keep the runner off the bags. And now coming up to bat is going to be number 14, Josephine Colowine, the pitcher out of Reno, Nevada. Cole Isaacson, the lead play-by-play commentator for baseball, is going to get mad at me if I call it Nevada. It's interchangeable, tomato, tomato, but her first swing here as a Trinity Tiger ends up being a swing and a miss for strike number 1. Colin, the freshman, has had a couple of appearances as a pitcher, but none as a batter. So 1-1 coming up, and not sure if you can hear it from here, but the Trinity dugout starting to get loud, starting to have the energy as Colowine gets ready for the delivery. That one is going to be outside yet again. Haven Williams trying to catch her fishing on the outside part of the zone and just can't get Colowine to bite. So 2-1 here. Maybe going to try and change up her attack plan here. This one goes inside, and it's going to be a foul off to the left. So count evens up at 2-2. Colowine up to bat, and if it remains as is, we're going to be seeing Sydney Watson up next. Watson, the junior, but Colowine getting ready here. This one is fouled back to into the foul netting. And as the sun has gone down, this night continues to be absolutely beautiful. It was like kind of unseasonably warm here for February, but I'll definitely never complain. I much prefer heat over cold. As the delivery, this one is hit into the outfield. So Colowine gets the first hit of this inning, and it's something that Trinity has done a lot. They are currently 8th in NCAA Division III in terms of hits, averaging about 8.5 hits per game. So now we're going to see the spark plug, Sydney Watson, coming up to the plate. As we got a stoppage in play here, coach going out to talk with his pitcher, Haven Williams, and not sure if we're going to see Williams taken out or if he's just going to be trying to calm her down a little bit here, try and get her collected. Williams, of course, the senior, has the most experience of anybody on this pitching staff. 3 seniors on the team, Ariana Salazar and Kelly Shackelford being the other 2. Williams, a senior out of Abilene, Texas. So, not exactly hometown girl, but hometown at least whenever she goes back home. Hardin-Simmons not going to be playing a game at home for quite a while. They start their season out with 10 straight road games. As we've seen a quick change for Trinity. So coming on as a pinch runner is going to be Heather Nugent, the pitcher/utility player, who again has not had an appearance, at least with the bat in her hand, so far this season. And also hasn't gotten a lot of appearances as a pitcher. The delivery, Nugent's gonna go. Got her at second. So caught stealing there. And it was a fantastically athletic play there by Jaslyn Cantu. Thought that it was going to be a miss because McMillan threw that one way off to the side, but Cantu able to reach the ball back behind her. And now with Watson up to plate, the bases are empty, so she's going to have to do all the work herself with 2 outs. Watson with the hit over to Cantu. Cantu with the throw. It gets away from the first baseman. Watson going to slide in head first to second. And so now Watson getting on to second base and setting it up for Angela Baltzel. Baltzel so far this season batting .368, well above her .283 career average. As a sophomore, doesn't have any RBIs this season, and if she can do it here, then that would be a pretty big spot to get her first ribby of the season. Williams with the delivery. Baltzel lets it go for strike number 1. It'll be a nifty little changeup that dropped into the zone. Also getting ready for the 0-1. The windup and the delivery just a bit too far outside there for ball number 1. So 1-1 count coming up. With still 2 bases open, first and third, Williams can't afford a walk here, but would prefer to just end the game outright. Baltzell checked her swing. You can hear the crowd not really happy with that call, but it's going to be a strike to make it 1-2. So Baltzell getting ready here on the 1-2. Williams, the delivery. This one fouled back off of the foul netting. That foul netting has been getting a lot of work, not just today, but over the course of this season so far. But it was built pretty well, so definitely holding up to the stress of its duty. Haven Williams getting ready here with the warm-up on Baltzell. This one is diving for it and gonna be called out. A fantastic play there by Christian McMillan, and we are gonna go to extra innings here. McMillan able to get the diving foul out.
For the Tigers on the bottom of the 7th, no runs up.
And we are going to go to now the top of the 8th, where Trinity will hope to keep Hardin-Simmons off of the score column. And Hardin-Simmons will hope to take the lead here from San Antonio. Welcome back, everybody, to Trinity University here in San Antonio, Texas, here on the Trinity Tiger Network. My name is Caleb Reed, up here in the Mabry Pavilion, watching a fantastic softball game at the moment between the Trinity University Tigers and the Hardin-Simmons University Cowgirls. This game going into extra innings, tied at 2 apiece, but Jordan Arce still in the circle, fakes the bunt there, and gonna be a ball. It's a bit too high. At the plate at the moment is number 4 for Hardin-Simmons, Madison Mayhew, the junior out of Beaverton, Oregon. Mayhew so far today has not gotten on base. Popped out, flew out, and lined out in each of her plate appearances. This one over to Jordan Williams, and it's going to be called foul just in time as that ball stopped right on the corner there of the batter's box. And the noise coming out of the Hardin-Simmons dugout, you can hear how excited they are. And this one is definitely living up to the billing of 2 really, really good teams playing each other here in some Friday action. The runner from second advances over to third. Of course, that runner being the extra innings runner, and now it is going to put the runner on third, just 60 feet away from home plate. That runner, Haley Henson, who ended the top of the 7th. Jordan Williams scrambling after that pitch to get it, but Henson decides not to run forward and instead will remain at third. RC getting ready for the delivery here on the 1-0. Checks her wrist, getting ready to figure out what kind of play she wants to, or figure out what kind of pitch she wants to throw here, as this one is going to be fouled over to the left, ends up in the trees. Absolute beautiful February evening here. About 69, 70 degrees here in the Alamo City. As RC with the delivery, swing and a miss for strike number 2. RC is really lit up now as she gets her 5th strikeout of the day, leading NCAA Division III in strikeouts as a pitcher.
For the Cowgirls, number 8, Emily Jacobs.
And she gets another one there. Had 24 coming into this game, made that 29 on the season for her. As this one is going to be sent over to left. Del Toro moving over, and it's going to go just over the foul fencing. So Del Toro unable to make a play on it. And we will see what happens here on the 0-1. Defensive alignment has remained the same for Trinity. Batting lineup for HSU has moved around a little bit over the course of the game with some pinch hitters, some pinch runners, but for the most part has remained consistent. That one bouncing off of the bat and off the foul netting right back into the glove of Jordan Williams, who throws it back over to RC, and who now gets ready for the 0-2. Tops up a little bit on that little rosin bag. And now going to be getting ready for the 0-2. The windup and the delivery. Got her swinging, strike 3. So after accidentally allowing the runner to get over to third, RC has gotten 2 straight strikeouts to make it 6 on the day for her. And now with 2 outs in the inning, Lindsay Radcliffe does not have the sacrifice play available. So she will need to get this one into the outfield if she has any hope of putting HSU ahead here. Scorebook having some technical difficulties. It is not the middle of the 8th. It is still the top of the 8th. Lindsay Radcliffe in at the moment. And Radcliffe, the senior, in a big spot here. Pitch just a bit too far outside. Williams couldn't frame it perfect. And instead it's going to be 1-0 coming up. Runner on third again is Haley Henson. Henson, the right fielder. Had 7 stolen bases last season off of 7 attempts. Has not been caught stealing in quite some time. The delivery, this one popped up. Bowser moving over for it and able to get it into her glove. So Trinity escaping the inning without giving up a run. So now Trinity going into the bottom of the 8th. Now with the bats going to be in their hands. And we will see what they are able to do here in the bottom half of this 8th inning. Don't go anywhere. Trinity up to bat next when we come back. Welcome back, everybody, to Trinity University here on the Trinity Tiger Network. My name is Caleb Reed, and we have a fantastic closing to this game as Hayden Del Toro finds herself up at the plate now. Here in the bottom of the 8th, the leadoff batter, Angela Baltzel, on second, being the extra inning runner. Del Toro going to bunt this one, and it pops very high over to the left side of the foul netting. And both teams really getting into this one. The energy is quite high for this ending, as it can definitely be assumed. Del Toro going to show bunt, and it ends up being a foul ball once again, this time going back. Actually hit off of, I believe, the knee guards there of the catcher, McMillan. Christian McMillan, who ended off the inning, last inning, with a fantastic diving play. Del Toro takes the next pitch for a ball, so from 0-2, now make it 1-2. Williams looking and trying to figure out where she wants to go here. The delivery, this one again fouled over to the right side. Both teams for Trinity, the softball and the baseball team, find themselves in close games. Actually not super close. I was just checking the score for baseball, and Trinity finds themselves ahead 8-0 over Babson, so good score for them. This pitch is just a bit too high for ball number 2. I'll give you a little scoring update here. Going into the top of the 5th, baseball leading 8-0 with a runner on as well. This one hit over right directly to shortstop, as Cantu able to wrangle that one in, and Del Toro goes down. Del Toro has not gotten a hit so far today, and
Second at second base, number 13, Samantha Tagawa.
if this one ends off before she's able to get another one, she will remain at 0-4. But coming up to the plate now is Samantha Tagawa, the freshman out of Aurora Hills, California. And Tagawa leading the team in terms of triples. That one triple coming in quite a big spot was actually the go-ahead 2 RBI triple against Concordia in the first game of the season. That game went into extra innings, and Tagawa got that one in the top of the 9th. Tagawa here lays down a bunt, and it rolls foul. So with 1 out to go here, or no, sorry, with just 1 out on the inning, apologies, Tagawa hoping to get something here on the 0-2. Haven Williams getting ready. The delivery just a bit too far outside. And so that will be the first ball of this at bat. Tagawa getting ready to receive this pitch. Williams with a nod and the delivery. Bit too far outside. Ball gets away from McMillan. And now Baltzel just 60 feet away, or 60 feet away on third. Almost an exact recreation of what happened in the top of the 8th. Both catchers ended up losing the ball a little bit, allowing the runner to advance over to third. And now we'll see what Tagawa was able to do here. Big spot on the 2-2. The delivery, swing, and a foul goes off the roof of the Hardin-Simmons dugout. Anything into the outfield would end this game. And even the sacrifice is an option, so Tagawa just going to try and get this ball as deep as she possibly can. Williams ready. The delivery, and again, foul. This one fouled over to the left, just a bit too far ahead of it there. So far today, Haven Williams 108 on the pitch count. A very, very hefty day of work for her. And we will see what Tagawa can do here on the 2-2. This one once again fouled, so a long at bat. And still 2-2. So a big spot here for both teams, really. Hardin-Simmons doesn't want to get their first loss of the season. Trinity does not want to go down to Hardin-Simmons. These are two schools that do not like each other here. Tagawa gets it through. That's going to be the ball game. Tagawa once again comes through with a massive RBI, and that will do it here from Trinity University as everybody goes down to celebrate with the freshman. She did it against Concordia, and now she does it again against Hardin-Simmons as the Tigers beat the Cowgirls 3-2 here at Trinity University off of a walk-off single by Samantha Tagawa. And that is about as good of a game as you can ask for. Went into extra innings, had a walk-off hit, and at the end of the day, Trinity picks up the victory to now advance to 5-2 on the season. Hardin-Simmons picks up their first loss of the year. And we're now going to get ready for the second of this two-game series between Trinity and Hardin-Simmons. Typically we wait about 20-ish minutes, so make sure to stick around for that one. Just looking at through the box score here for both sides. A fantastic, fantastic day for the Trinity University Tigers, and of course for Hardin-Simmons as well. And that's something that is kind of a little bit rough about sports like softball. You do not have a tie. And in a game where both teams deserve to win, Hardin-Simmons never really stopped fighting, and neither did Trinity as they walk away with the 3-2 victory. In terms of pitching, Jordan Arce going to be picking up the win, which will be her fourth of the season, which is absolutely just insane to be saying out loud considering that we've only played 7 games this year. But either way, Jordan Arce picking up the win, her fourth of the season. 8 innings pitched in a complete game. 4 hits allowed, 2 runs allowed, both of them earned. Both of those came in the 5th inning. But had 6 strikeouts and had a very, very big top of the 8th to keep Hardin-Simmons off of the boards. Meanwhile, for the visiting Hardin-Simmons Cowgirls, Haven Williams going to be picking up the loss in this one. 7.1 innings of work. 6 hits allowed, 3 runs allowed, only 1 of them earned, 2 of them coming off of errors. And at the end of the day, it was errors that killed Hardin-Simmons. They had 3 on the day compared to Trinity's 1. And whenever you have lopsided numbers like that, that will be the killer in close games like this. So we will take a quick break here on the Trinity Tiger Network. Don't go anywhere, or if you do go somewhere, go over to support the baseball team. We will be back in about 20 minutes. You don't need to change your streams as we just keep this stream continuously going for softball. So again, make sure to stick around and enjoy a little break, grab some food, go to the restroom, get some drinks if you want them, and we will be back in just a few for game number 2 of this fantastic doubleheader series. Welcome back, everybody, to San Antonio, Texas, for game number 2 of, well, if the first half of this doubleheader was anything to go off of, game number 2 of a fantastic series between Trinity and Hardin-Simmons University. My name is Caleb Reed up here in the Mabry Pavilion. Trinity won game number 1 of this doubleheader series, 3-2 in extra innings if you're just tuning in, as this one is hit over into left. Del Toro moving over and gets it. A fantastic running play there by Hayden Del Toro. You can see how high she is right there with Sydney Watson, the center fielder. And that is a fantastic way to start off the day defensively for the Trinity Tigers. Trinity won game number 1, 3-2 in extra innings. Samantha Tagawa being the hero of that one with a walk-off single, bringing home Angela Baltzell, who was on third. Strike number 1 called there as Heather Nugent, the freshman for Trinity out of Huntington Beach, California, will be getting the starting nod here, her first career start. Did have some action against Concordia. Was credited for the loss as that's a slap hit. Balsa with the throw. Got her in time. 2 fantastic defensive plays by the Trinity Tigers as Carson Lee reached out for that one. And what a fantastic defensive play there by Angela Baltzell to keep hits off of the boards for Hardin-Simmons. Defensively, you've got Hayden Del Toro over in left, who we've already seen, Sydney Watson in center, and Jordan Arce, who pitched during game 1 over in right. In the infield, Marina De La Luna returns to her traditional third base spot with Angela Baltzell at short, Samantha Tagawa at second, and Carson Lee over at first. Pitching in the circle, of course, Heather Nugent in her first career start, and Jordan Williams as De La Luna just catches that one, sets it right down back in the circle, and that will end off the top of the first inning. Behind plate is going to be Jordan Williams, and with the lineups now complete and with the top of the first inning complete, we will now go over to the Hardin-Simmons defensive lineups. So over in left field is going to be the junior Haley Henson. In center, going to be Lindsay Radcliffe, and in right will be, sorry, lost it on my notes. In right is going to be Emily Jacobs. Over at third is going to be Maddie Hubbard. At shortstop, Jaslyn Cantu, and at second will be Ashley Easley. At first, we will see the return of Madison Mayhew, and at catcher, Christian McMillan, who we saw during game number 1 at the same position. The pitcher for today is going to be Jory Hood, who we saw as a pinch runner during game number 1. Hood coming into this one with a 2.0 ERA. Does have 1 win on the season, and went a complete 7-inning game against the University of Dallas in their season opener. Up now to bat for the Trinity University Tigers will be number 1, Hayden Del Toro. Del Toro had a pretty okay game number 1. Did not have the hits that she would have wanted, went 0 for 4 on the day, or on the first half of the day, but did have a few great defensive plays and started the game off with a great defensive play in the top of the first. First pitch was for a ball. Second pitch called strike. Jory Hood, the freshman out of Keller, Texas. Keller, a small town somewhere between Dallas and the East Texas border. There aren't really a ton of towns, cities in that area that are good landmarks, so a bit more difficult there. Hood, that pitch just a bit too high to make it ball 3. It's now on a 3-1. Del Toro definitely with the advantage here. Del Toro, so far this season, of course, being the leadoff batter, leads the team in terms of at-bats, but also has 2 walks. Has the unfortunate position of leading the team in strikeouts, and she does so, or no, doesn't do so right there. Sorry, it was 3-1, not 3-2. But a swinging strike underneath the ball there to load the count. It's now full, so Hood nods after getting the call, the windup and the pitch. This one going to be popped up and going to go right over the foul netting there. Ends up going into the bench-style seating. And now will be returned over to the dugout for use later on in the game. Del Toro getting ready here. Hood kind of moving the ball around, getting a good grip on it, as Del Toro sends this one over to the foul netting in right. Batting order for the Trinity Tigers, leading off is going to be Hayden Del Toro. At the number 2 spot will be Samantha Tagawa and Hannah Bordeaux. At the 3 spot, we'll continue it after this pitch. As Del Toro calls time. Jordan Arce, the right fielder, going to be at the number 4 spot. Jordan Williams, Jordan's back-to-back, going to be at 5. Carson Lee at 6. Hood getting a good grip, and now the release. Swing and a miss for strike number 3. And so Del Toro picks up a strikeout here. Has not gotten a hit so far today, hoping to rectify that whenever she comes up to the plate next. But coming up next will be Samantha Tagawa, the freshman out of Aurora Hills, California. Second base, defensively, offensively in the number 2 spot. And man, what a fantastic season she is having as a freshman. Started it off winning a fantastic game against Concordia with a go-ahead triple that ultimately won the game for Trinity in the 9th inning. And just earlier today, got the walk-off single in the bottom of the 8th to win it 3-2 for the Trinity Tigers. Hood waiting, moving the ball around, getting the grip. That one's just a bit too far outside there with movement. For ball number 2. Coming up after Lee will be Marina De La Luna at the number 7 spot, Sydney Watson at 8, and finally to round it all off will be Angela Baltzel at the 9. Tagawa hits this one over to Cantu. Cantu over to Mayhew, and that will be the second out here of the bottom of the 1st inning.
Batting third, the designated player, number 23, Hannah Boudreaux.
Next time, or whenever we go to the top of the 2nd, I'll make sure to run you through the Hardin-Simmons batting order. But coming up now will be Haley Boudreaux. This one fouled off to right and going to end up in the TUPD backyard. Boudreaux went 4 for 7 against ETBU, and earlier on today also had a pretty good performance from her as well. This one on the outside upper corner of the strike zone for ball number 1. So 1-1 count coming up. Boudreaux earlier on today went 1 for 3. First base, I'm saying that Boudreaux did not swing. And so that'll make it a 2-1 count here with 2 outs in the bottom of the 1st. No team with a hit yet. Boudreaux hoping to rectify that here. And she sends one into right, and she does so. It's over the head of the right fielder. Boudreaux's going to go for 2. Fielder finally gets a handle on it, and that will be a stand-up double for Hannah Boudreaux. The right fielder, Jacobs, reached up for it, couldn't quite grab it in time, and there was a little bit of issue trying to get the ball off of the wall. And so that will be now a double in position For Jordan Arcee. Arcee against ETBU had a fantastic day. Got her first career home run and then got her second one just a couple of minutes later. Your scorebug has not updated. I just looked over at the little screen next to me. Scorebug has not updated, but 2 outs here in the bottom of the first inning. Count is 1-1. So that has been updated, just not the out figures. Swing and a miss for strike number 2 as McMillan wants to go over and check Boudreau. It's now 1-2 count coming up here for Jory Hood. Gonna check it again and saying no swing, but that position by the official definitely not the best. Whenever you're asking whether or not a righty swung and the official is to the left, it never quite is 100% foolproof there, but got her swinging on that one, and that will be the end of the bottom of the first inning. So Trinity goes down 1-4 after Boudreau gets the single to start the game. And we will see what the Hardin-Simmons Cowgirls are able to do with the bats in their hand coming up here on the Trinity Tiger Network. Welcome back, everybody, to the Trinity Tiger Network here from San Antonio, Texas. Trinity versus Hardin-Simmons here in game number 2 of this 2-game doubleheader series. Tomorrow, Trinity will be playing another Abilene opponent, McMurray University, the Warhawks traveling over to San Antonio. Hardin-Simmons has had a pretty big road stretch. They start their first 10 games of the regular season will be on the road. All of them against SCAC schools. The SCAC, of course, the conference that Trinity is currently a part of, will not be a part of the conference starting in 2025. As Baltzell gets this one, delivers it over to Carson Lee, and that will be a pretty easy first out of the inning. 2024 being the final calendar year that Trinity University remains in the Southern Collegiate Athletic Conference before moving over to the SAA, the Southern Athletic Association. The SAA, of course, the same conference that Trinity football is a part of, and they've been there for quite a few years now. So putting all the teams under one roof will definitely be an advantage, but it does mean that some of the Texas rivalries will be going away. Of course, the majority of the SCAC being in Texas. Schools like St. Thomas, Southwestern. Southwestern will be coming to the SAA with Trinity, so that drive up I-35 will not be going away. But there's schools like St. Thomas, Centenary, TLU, all of them being left behind, as McMurray, the school that Trinity will be playing tomorrow, will be moving into the SCAC. So a bit of conference shuffling going on here. Heather Nugent in the circle, gonna get a little top off of rosin. And that's gonna be a pitch clock violation. So that'll be the first ball, and now we get a circle meeting here. So not entirely sure what the play here is. The pitch clock being a new addition to NCAA Division III softball this season. And I get the feeling that a lack of a physical clock may have been a factor there. So Lindsay Radcliffe, the batter up next for the Hardin-Simmons Cowgirls. Ready for 1-1. All ones on the top row of the scoreboard. 1 ball, 1 strike, and 1 out. As Nugent once again tops off the rosin a little bit. Getting ready for the pitch. The delivery doesn't drop in there for a strike, so it's going to be 2-1 the count. Radcliffe, the senior out of Harker Heights, batted .345 last season, currently batting .385. That one's in for a strike, make a strike 2, and the count is now even. Batting order for Hardin-Simmons. Radcliffe up at the moment. Then after that, it will be Madison Mayhew, followed closely by Emily Jacobs. So as the soccer field lights go off, that will be ball 3, so count is now full. Then at the number 7 spot will be Christian McMillan, followed very closely by Maddie Hubbard, and to round it off, Jaslyn Cantu. Nugent the delivery, this one is popped up. Baltzel moving up for it, calling for it, and getting it. And that will be the second out of the inning. Baltzel kicked over the rosin bag. You can see the
right fielder, number 8, Emily Jacobs.
sort of the residue there in the circle. She ended up kicking it over, but doesn't look like she poked a hole in it. That would be rough if she did. And with 2 outs, first pitch there to Jacobs is a called strike. A little bit of communication between the 2 officials. Not entirely sure what it was for. But on 0-1, that pitch is a bit too far outside to make it 1-1. So we've been through both teams' rosters. We're all set for this one here in the top of the second. That one a bit too high. Looked like Nugent tried to drop it in, but just couldn't. And in getting ready for the season, I got to talk with Coach Wittenauer. Wittenauer in her first season as a head coach at any school. This one's popped up and gonna drop, I believe, into the TUPD backyard. I didn't see it fall, but I heard it fall. Got to talk with Coach Wittenauer, first-year head coach. Has been at Trinity for a few years now, but got to talk with Coach Wittenauer. She was very complimentary of Nugent. This one is once again fouled off. Very complimentary of Nugent, how she's able to put spin on the ball and how she's just able to move it so well. She's got great movement, great change-ups as well. Some great off-speed pitches by the freshman out of Huntington Beach, California. And now getting ready for the 2-2. This one hit over to Baltzel. Baltzel snags it. The throw over to Lee is in time. And that will be the end of the top of the second inning. Trinity holds Hardin-Simmons hitless. And now they will be coming up to bat whenever we go to the bottom of the second here from Trinity University. Welcome back, everybody, to Trinity University as we get a look at the catcher, Jordan Williams. Williams not typically the catcher for Trinity, but she's been kind of pressed into the role, and she's done absolutely fantastic at the position so far this season due to an early season injury to longtime catcher Dawson Debussy. Debussy sprained her thumb during a collision at the plate during game number 1 of the regular season at Concordia. This one has popped up, and Cantu, I don't even think had to take a single step, just kept her feet planted, leaned over a tiny little bit, and got that one. But Debussy got surgery yesterday on that thumb, and he's hoping to return before the end of the season. Of course, the senior, it's always hard to get injuries to anybody of her talent level, but especially whenever she's in her senior year and doesn't have a lot of opportunities left. But this one again goes over to Cantu, as that was Carson Lee who just grounded out. And just like that, we already have 2 outs in the bottom of the second inning.
Number 17, Marina De La Luna.
Coming up now is going to be Marina De La Luna, the all-time home run leader for Trinity University. She had 4 last season, where she broke the record, which previously was 15. Did not play in the earlier game against against Hardin-Simmons. And is in for this one. That one is going to be a swing and a miss. Ball was mishandled by the catcher, McMillan, so it will remain a 2-strike count. And getting ready. This one is fouled off, and a hard hit. That one actually went through the gap in the dugout. Hardin-Simmons players having to duck and take cover there. Mentioned it during the first during the first part of this broadcast, but both of these teams have only played opponents in one conference or another. As that is going to be a swing and a miss for strike number 3. De La Luna goes down on strikes
No runs, no hits,
for
no
the
errors,
3rd
no
time this season.
In the bottom of the second.
And that will end the second inning. So we're going to go to the top of the 3rd now with Hardin-Simmons still scoreless. Both teams still scoreless here. Hardin-Simmons still hitless as we go into the top of the 3rd inning here on the Trinity Tiger Network. Welcome back, everybody, to Trinity University as the Hardin-Simmons Cowgirls get ready here for the top of the 3rd. Next up to bat for Hardin-Simmons will be the catcher, senior Christian McMillan. McMillan, during the game earlier today, had, by all accounts, a pretty good game. Definitely not the worst. Did have 2 walks. No hits on the game, but they have 2 walks and 2 stolen bases. So far, Heather Nugent has gone 2 innings of work. 20 24 innings pitched so far today for the freshman. As McMillan going to step up into the box once again. Swing and foul. Fouled back off the foul netting. And so 2-2 count is all evened up once again. In talking with Coach Wilson right before the game, he was, of course, very complimentary of the Trinity Tigers and talking about kind of the road slate that this team is going on. It's, you know, he mentioned how much of a challenge it can be to go on the road at times, especially whenever you have so many to start out. And he said that even though road games do pose challenges, it's always good to kind of introduce the team to those challenges pretty early on. And there's a different strategy between away versus home games. You've got to plan meals differently, sleep differently, arrange for travel, and getting it out of the way early will prepare it so that they aren't caught off guard later on in the season. This one popped up and Tagawa moving over to get it, and that one will be the first out here of this third inning.
Batting second at third base, number 28, Matty Hubbard.
Coming up now in the 8-hole spot is going to be Matty Hubbard, the sophomore out of Frisco, Texas, playing third base this evening. Batted .235 last season, .231 on the season so far. This one's just a bit too low and outside. Hubbard, during the earlier game, went 1 for 3 in the game. That one hit being a single. Nugent with the delivery, just a bit too high and outside. So went low and outside, went high and outside, both of them for balls. And you can hear the Hardin-Simmons dugout trying to excite Hubbard there. Fouled back off the net for strike one. Cowgirls so far this season 4-1 on the year. That one loss coming just a few minutes ago in the bottom of the 8th. It's a delivery by Nugent. Going to be called for a strike, and that evens the count up at 2-all. Hardin-Simmons won their opening games of the season, 14-1 against the University of Dallas. That one was run ruled in the 5th. So that one's too low and outside once again for ball number 3. Hardin-Simmons then won a 13-2 game against Dallas. That one was not run ruled as they scored 7 in the top of the 7th to put that one away. As this one is hit well, going out to left center. Watson can't get it in time. Going to be the throw in, and that will be a stand-up double for Matty Hubbard. A fantastic play there as Hubbard got all of the ball and then some on the barrel of the bat. And you could tell as soon as that one left the bat, it was going to go for at least a double, maybe more. Watson did a great job of moving over there to cut off potentially a triple. As his first pitch is in for a strike. Again, in talking with Coach Wilson, he was very complimentary, not just of Trinity, but of course his own team. This being his first year as the head coach of the Hardin-Simmons Cowgirls after coming over from Abilene Christian University, just across town from Hardin-Simmons. One of 3 universities in Abilene. Of course, ACU, the Division I school, the lone Division I school in the Big Country, unless you count St. Angelo as part of the Big Country, in which case Angelo State would also be on there. But ACU, then of course Hardin-Simmons University, and finally McMurray University, who Trinity will be seeing tomorrow. Those games first pitch scheduled for noon and 2 o'clock. And I would say local time, but both of these schools are from Texas, so there's no real need to clarify that. 1-2 count here coming up for Jaslyn Cantu. Cantu so far this season batting about .375. And this one hit over to the Hardin-Simmons dugout. During the first game this evening, Cantu went 0 for 2 with a strikeout, so definitely hoping for better here today. Or, not today, definitely hoping for better during this second game. So 1-2 count coming up. Nugent with the delivery. This one is hit and it drops. Throw over to first is in time by Tagawa, but meanwhile the runner Hubbard will advance to third. Just out of reach there for Nugent. And so now we're going to go back to the top of the batting order, where we will see Haley Henson coming up to bat, the left fielder who coming into this series was batting .563 on the year and 1151 OPS. Absolutely incredible numbers from her. As we're getting some conversation here, and we're actually going to be getting a new pitcher into the circle. Nugent has her day ended pretty early on. And now we're going to see Cameron Bishop coming in, the freshman out of Austin, Texas. And of course, Bishop having quite possibly one of the best days I think that I've ever seen out of a pitcher during her first career start against Howard Payne. That one was a week ago Tuesday, and Bishop had a phenomenal day. Complete game shutout, 11 strikeouts on the day. And as she warms up, we're going to take a quick break here on the Tiger Network. And we will return whenever we get ready for this 2-out at-bat by Haley Henson. Welcome back, everybody, to Trinity University in San Antonio, Texas, where Cameron Bishop has just finished her warm-ups, and we are getting ready for her first at-bat of the day here with 2 outs to go. Now we're having some conversations, not entirely sure what it's for. Believe it was called an illegal pitch, so instead of 0-1, it's going to be 1-0. This one way too high and outside. Williams had to do a big job there of just hanging on to that one. So now getting ready for the 2-0 with 2 outs to Henson. Henson so far over 1 today, lined out in her first at-bat. And that is a swinging strike one. Henson trying to send that one all the way out to Mulberry Street with that one. So here we go. Bishop now the delivery, and that one will go off the foul netting. Bishop, of course, the freshman out of Austin, Texas. And so, as Henson gets ready here for the pitch, the lefty Bishop winds up and delivers. This one hit over to Lee. Nifty little pop-up and a nifty little out to get out of the top of the third. So now Trinity coming back up to bat. We'll see what the Trinity offense will be able to do whenever we come back on the Trinity Tiger Network. Welcome back to Trinity University, where Sydney Watson is just about to get her at-bat underway. Her first at-bat of the day, and it starts out with a strike call. Watson, during the earlier game, went 1 for 3, but had some really good defensive plays as well to ultimately secure Trinity's 3-2 victory over Hardin-Simmons. This pitch is hit over to second, and a great little reach up there by Ashley Easley. The senior out of Allen, Texas, makes a good play to save a hit. And now we're going to see Angela Baltzell up to bat. Baltzell batting in the 9th spot, but she's got a .368 batting average so far here this season. Has 2 doubles so far on the year. During the game earlier today, went 0 for 2 with a walk. This one is popped up, and going back is Cantu. Cantu has to reach out for it, kind of misjudged the placement of where that ball would be, but snagged it nonetheless. And now we're going to go all the way back over to the top of the order. So Hayden Del Toro going to be coming up to bat now. Del Toro so far on the day 0 for 1. And we'll see if she can make it 1 for 2 with this one. Just a bit low and outside for ball number 1. Del Toro struck out in her first plate appearance during the first inning. Lineup and the delivery just a bit too high. Trinity so far just with 1 hit, actually both teams with just 1 hit apiece, and it's kind of a little bit of a surprise to see Trinity struggling in that category, considering that they are currently 8th in the country in terms of hits. Had 51 hits coming into this game, and after their performance in game 1, that average will be dropping. Meanwhile, Del Toro hits that one into center, so in talking about hits, end up getting one right there.
Base hit for Hayden Del Toro.
And Del Toro going to get her first base hit of the day. She went 0 for 4 during the first game. And now we're going to see Samantha Tagawa back up to bat. Tagawa grounded out in her first plate appearance. That one a ground out to Cantu at short. As diving back to the bag is Del Toro. But Millen has been pump faking for basically all night and finally threw it over there to check the runner. Maybe trying to catch Del Toro out. Del Toro did lead the team last season in terms of stolen bases, so definitely a threat that Hardin-Simmons wants to neutralize there. 2-0 count coming up after that one was also ruled a ball. Tagawa, of course, had the walk-off single to win it for Trinity. That one in for a strike, so first strike of the at-bat, 2-1. Tagawa's a freshman so far this season, 6 hits in her 18 plate appearances leading into this game. No, sorry, not plate appearances, at-bats. They are different, even if they don't sound like it. As now Hood gonna wind up and deliver. This one a bit high, it's dropped. Del Toro moving to second. And it was a walk either way, so.
Next up for the Tigers, number 23, Hannah.
That's why Del Toro kind of stopped in the middle of her run.
Wait till I get my money right.
So now up to bat will be Hannah Boudreau. Or Boudreau, sorry. Yeah. Boudreau went 4 for 7 in the series against ETBU. And earlier on tonight, she went 1 for 3. Did have 1 strikeout during game 1, but this one is hit well into right, going back. It's off the wall, off the warning track. Del Toro's gonna score. We'll see if they send the runner from third. They do. A stand-up double that brings in 2 RBIs for Hannah Boudreau. Del Toro and Tagawa score on the play. And now Trinity breaks open a 2-0 lead here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. That is exactly what they wanted there, and it was a rocket off the bat. It looked dangerous, looked like it was going to be sent a little bit farther than that. I thought it was going to be initially perhaps off the wall or maybe even a homer, but it dropped right at the warning track, ricocheted off the wall very awkwardly there for Jacobs, and ended up being a double for Trinity. So now to bat will be Jordan Arce, sophomore who's currently 0 for 1 on the day. Struck out in her first plate appearance. This one is popped up very, very high, moving over and drops it. And so that'll be an error credited there to McMillan, as there's not a lot of wind, but I guess higher up there, that ball had just enough there to maybe throw it off a tiny bit and ended up bouncing out of the glove there. And I said it would be an error. Sorry. It's not going to be an error credited because it didn't result in a hit. McMillan with the pump fake there. You can see Boudreau. Don't know where Boudreau came out from all of a sudden, but Boudreau kind of having a little bit of fun there with second baseman Ashley Easley. Kind of looked like she was tripping back over to the second base bag, kind of having a bit of fun with her. But meanwhile, between the pitcher and batter, it's a 1-2 count. The delivery just a bit too high, so it's all even up at 2 apiece. The baseball game on campus has just ended. Trinity blowing the brakes off of Babson College 8-2 in their season opener. But all eyes now turn to the softball field. 2-2 count with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 3rd. Already 2 runs have scored. As this one is hit well by RC. This one's going to get down. This one's going to be a double, and the runs will continue as RC gets an RBI double to extend the lead out to 3. RC has had a fantastic season so far, an absolute banner year, not only with the ball in her hands, but with the bat as well, as she picks up now her 8th RBI of the season. And now we're going to get a pitcher's meeting, and I'm seeing movement out there in the bullpen, so I believe that we are going to be having a pitching substitution. And yes, it is seeing players running back in. I cannot tell what the number is off the front of the jersey because Hardin-Simmons, with their uniforms, have yellow numbers on a white background on at least the front of their uniforms. On the back, it is a more purple color and, of course, easier to see, being darker. But looks like that will be the end of the day for
Hardin-Simmons, number 1, Kylie Ruiz.
For the pitcher, Jory Hood, who lasted 3.2 innings on the day. And now coming in will be Kylie Ruiz, the junior out of Harlingen, Texas. And so as she gets warmed up, we are going to take a quick break here on the Trinity Tiger Network. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with action from San Antonio. And so coming up now will be Jordan Williams, the senior out of Clayton, California. After Ruiz warmed up, Ruiz last season came in mainly in a relief role, appeared in 19 games over the course of the 2023 season, and pitched for about 43 innings, only started 2 games last season, so big bullpen arm here for Coach Casey Wilson. Williams 0 for 1 so far in the day, popped out in her first plate appearance in the 2nd inning, as the delivery is fouled off of her foot. Doesn't look to be hurting, so always good to see there. Williams has been pressed into the catcher role this season after some injuries. Abigail Miller tearing her labrum during preseason, and then during the first game of the season, Dawson Debussy going down with a sprained thumb. Williams has been doing great behind the dish so far this season. As Ruiz with the delivery, in for a strike, so count evens up at 2-all. Trinity with a 3-0 lead, and this is almost the and this is pretty much the exact same position in which RC got her RBI double. And so we'll see if Williams can do the same here. Gets ready, the windup just a bit too far outside. So now count is loaded at 3-2. Coming into this one, of course, Hardin-Simmons was 4-0, 4-1 after the early season loss. All these games being played on the road, as this one is hit well by Williams, and it's going to die out right in left field. Henson, the one to collect the out. And so that will end the bottom of the third inning, but the damage has been done as Trinity now leads 3-0 over the Hardin-Simmons University Cowgirls. We'll be right back here on the Tiger Network as we get ready for the top of the fourth inning. Welcome back, everybody, to the top of the fourth inning as Trinity University gets ready to pitch to the Hardin-Simmons University Cowgirls. My name is Caleb Reed, up here in the Mabry Pavilion here on the campus of Trinity University, and it is an absolutely gorgeous night for some softball action. As his first pitch here to Ava Dennis, a bit too low for ball number one. Dennis, the designated player for this game, rotates around the outfield occasionally. And of course, considering that she's a freshman, doesn't have a ton of sample size to be going off of, but so far this season, batting .400 on the dot, 1,000 OPS, which is definitely what you would like to see. In her 5 at-bats so far this season, 2 of them have resulted in hits, and one of those 2 hits was a double. So 1-1 count here for Dennis. Swing and a foul ball. Looked like she tried to do a slap hit, but decided to try it midway through the pitch, so didn't get a ton of momentum there and ended up in a kind of awkward swing. So 1-2 count here for Cameron Bishop. Swing and a miss, strike number 3, as Bishop collects the first strikeout of the day.
At second base, number 0.
And continues a fantastic season for her on the mound. So now getting ready for the second at-bat of this inning. Ashley Easley coming up to bat, 0 for 1 so far in the day. Make it 1 for 1 as that one goes over the head of Carson Lee. RC has to run it down. She's going to go for 3, play at third. De La Luna cannot hang on to it, and it'll be a sliding triple in there for Ashley Easley. Easley gets her first triple of the season. And after a junior year, which saw her get 1, now a run just 60 feet away. And obviously can't tie it up here, but it definitely wouldn't hurt to get another hit here. This one popped up for RC. RC moving over and gets it on the line. She's going to throw it home, and not in time. So the runner scores on the sacrifice fly. And this score is now 3-1 in favor of the Trinity Tigers.
RBI for Lindsey Ratcliffe. Next up at first base.
It's now getting ready for the next at-bat. It's going to be number 4, Madison Mayhew, first baseman and junior out of Beaverton, Oregon. Batting .467 on the year so far. It's just a bit too far outside for ball number 1. So on the 1-0, 2 outs, already seeing some movement again in the HSU bullpen. Doesn't look like it's a pitcher, though, as I'm seeing a lot of overhand throwing. Actually, a lot of movement in both bullpens, as some players getting some mid-game BP, some players throwing around. 2-1 count coming up here for Cameron Bishop. Bishop so far today has done pretty good for herself as the windup and the delivery, just a bit too low. A bit outside makes it 3-1. Mayhew so far today, during game number 1, again, did pretty good for herself. 4 at-bats. None of them resulting in hits necessarily, but did have some good defense. That's a fantastic dive by Baltzel, and a wonderful on-line throw to Carson Lee to end out the top of the 4th. Incredible play there. Baltzel dove for it. Had to get a little bit dirty, but at the end of the day, keeps the runner off. And Trinity will be up to bat next here in the 4th inning. We're going to take a quick break here on the Tiger Network. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to Trinity University here from San Antonio, Texas. Carson Lee, who was the recipient of a fantastic throw by Angela Baltzel there to end out the top of the 4th. Now up to bat. So far today, Lee 0 for 1. And now with 2-0, definitely has count leverage. Grounded out to short in her first plate appearance during this one. And during the earlier game, went 0 for 3. So 3-0 count here for Lee, definitely in favorable position. If she does choose to take the walk here, it would be her 4th of the season, and now getting some stoppage is exchanging the ball. So here we go, 3-0 count coming up here. Bottom of the fourth, no outs, as Lee is the first batter of the inning. This one too low, and so Lee is going to take her free base. Coming up next, Marina De La Luna, who did not play in game number 1.
Number 17, Marina De La Luna.
De La Luna back in the second game, back in her traditional third base role. So for the season, De La Luna, I think it's safe to say, has been struggling a little bit. 105 average so far on the season, and only has 2 hits. This one fouled off, and I'm gonna make it an 0-1 count. Checks the wrist strap, and now getting ready. Ruiz with the pitch. It's going to be a bunt. It's going to be dropped. De La Luna, successful sacrifice as Lee moves up to second on the play, and that will be the first out here of the bottom of the fourth.
Now batting for the Tigers, number 10, Sydney Watson.
So Sydney Watson coming up to bat now. Watson so far 0 for 1 on the day as well, lined out in her first plate appearance. That line out going to second on a fantastic easily play. That one just a bit too high there for ball number 1. Earlier on today, Watson went 1 for 3 and had some good defensive plays as well. Some communication here between pitcher and catcher as they try and figure out what they want to do here against Watson. Watson, one of the team leaders in doubles so far this season. Also coming into this series, led the team in terms of runs. And we'll see what she can do here on the 1-0. Looks at strike number 1, so it will be all ones on that top row of the scoreboard, which you can see in the top right corner of your screens. 1 ball, 1 strike, and 1 out here in an inning that has already seen 1 run. Ruiz, the hit. This one is going to go up, and it's going to go right in front of our commentary box here. And judging by the clapping, I'm going to guess that it was a pretty nifty catch by one of the fans towards the back of the stands. So Watson doing a couple of practice swings and getting ready for the 1-2. Ruiz getting ready, the windup and the pitch, too far outside, and so it'll even the count up at 2-all. So getting ready for this one here. 2-2 coming up for Ruiz. Ruiz, as a junior, had a 2.28 ERA last season, as this one is hit by Watson and just foul. A diving play there by Hubbard, but she couldn't reach out there in time. Ruiz, as a sophomore last season, 2.28 ERA, and so far a 0 on the ERA category. Went 4 innings went 4 innings in her game against Dallas and did not start that game, came in relief. The delivery, this one is snagged by Ruiz, straight back to the pitcher, and that's about as quick of an out that you can get after the pitch as you can ask for. So now with 2 outs, Angela Baltzel going to be coming back up to the plate. Baltzel flew out in her first plate appearance in the 3rd inning, and we'll be hoping for a bit more here in the 4th. The delivery is dropped by McMillan. Lee decides not to run for third and instead will stay put at second. And again, another beautiful night for some softball action here in San Antonio. Just a couple degrees below 70. As this one is too high for ball number 2. 2-0 count for the player wearing number 2. And we'll see what Ruiz dials up here. Gets signal, the nod, and now the delivery in for strike number 1, make it a 2-1 count whenever the next pitch is delivered. So far, both of these teams with hits and runs on the scoreboard, which is something that we didn't see for Hardin-Simmons until the 5th inning. So this delivery is hit over to left, a bit high and inside there, maybe more of a protection swing than anything else by Baltzel. And so now count is even at 2-2. 2's all over. And we'll see what Ruiz can do here. The player wearing number 1 and not number 2. The delivery, the swing, and once again a foul ball out to left. Hubbard getting a pretty good workout here, having to keep on going after those. And both of these teams doing pretty good for themselves. And with runners on, Trinity 2 for 5. So I'm hoping for a little bit more out of the offense here. Gonna check the swing and did not swing. You can hear the protests from the Hardin-Simmons crowd and the Hardin-Simmons dugout. A lot of away fans here for this Friday night game. Of course, Abilene only about 3.5, 4 hours away. So definitely not the worst drive to be making, but on a Friday, a pretty good crowd is assembled here for of course, what was a great game 1, and so far what is turning into a pretty good game number 2 as well. Official writing something down in his notebook, and now we are ready for the full count pitch. 3-2 count here for Angela Baltzel. Ruiz hoping to get her out, Baltzel hoping to get on. Too high for ball number 4. And so after that check swing, Baltzel able to take advantage and move 60 feet over to the right to put 2 runners on here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Coming up next will be Hayden Del Toro, who got a single right up the middle during her first appearance, who got a single up the middle during her second appearance. First appearance was a strikeout. So with the batting order now reset, Del Toro hoping to keep this inning alive for Trinity, as that'll be ball number 1. The sophomore out of Cypress, Texas, leads the team in terms of career in terms of career stolen bases. Leads the team in strikeouts at the moment. As this delivery in for a strike. Both runners moving back over to their positions on first and second, respectively. Lee's still on second. She's been there for quite some time now. After De La Luna went out, Watson went out. As Del Toro gonna pop this one over to second, easily able to run over and grab it. And that will be the end of the 4th inning. So, Trinity still leads 3-1 over the Hardin-Simmons Cowgirls, but Hardin-Simmons hoping to even it up or retake the lead whenever we come back here on the Trinity Tiger Network, getting ready for the 5th inning. Welcome back, everybody, to Trinity University here, San Antonio, Texas, and a gorgeous night to play some softball here. This will be the final game of the day, but not the final game of the weekend, as not only are there 2 more games scheduled for Trinity softball, but there is also a series of baseball to be played as Trinity hosts Babson University to start their season. Won their first game of the year 8-2. So that is a swinging strike 1. Won their first game of the season 8-2 in their home opener. That one called by Cole Eisen and Reed Rosales, who are currently up here in the Mabry Pavilion with us. So it was good to see them again, as that is a very powerful swinging strike 2. And Jacobs really wants to send this one out of the park for sure. Emily Jacobs, the freshman out of Joshua, Texas, playing right field today. Getting a little talk here from the third base coach. And now we'll see what Cameron Bishop dials up here on the 1 and 2. Bishop, the lefty, so far 1 strikeout on the day, but also has allowed a triple. But that one was her only hit allowed of the day so far. Bishop, the delivery. This one's hit out into right. RC chasing it down. RC gets it on the run. Fantastic play there by Jordan. RC had to get it on the run. It was kind of a little bit questionable if she could get there, but using that speed, great defensive play there to prevent another hit and keep only 1 hit allowed by Cameron Bishop so far today. And Bishop has done great so far today. And great so far this season.
For Hardin-Simmons, number 30, Abby Tarr.
We're seeing a substitution here as Abby Tarr, the sophomore out of Lubbock, Texas, has just been assigned to the new 7-hole spot. In for Christian McMillan. This delivery a bit too low. And we will see what Bishop dials up here on the 1-0. Bishop again, 1.2 innings pitched so far. And it's going to be called a ball. Bishop came in with 2 outs to go in the third, and so far has only allowed 1 hit. And continuing a good body of work that we saw that started against Howard Payne last Tuesday. That one was the home opening series as Trinity hosted due to some bad weather over in Brownwood the weekend prior. And not everybody has a turf field like Trinity does, so field conditions too poor to play. And at the moment, Trinity really taking advantage here of Abby Tarr, as that was a very powerful second strike. Tarr batted .280 last season, trying to get on base here with the 2-2. Bishop to wind up the delivery a bit too high, so that'll load the count at 3-2. Tarr last season in her 25 games played, again a .280 average, but had 25 at-bats and had a double in her 7 hits. Scored 3 runs as well. Swinging strike 3 by Cameron Bishop. That'll be her second of the night. And once again, Hardin-Simmons finds themselves in a 2-out situation here in the top of the 5th.
Third base, number 28, Maddie Hubbard.
Maddie Hubbard now, the third baseman, coming up to bat. Hubbard 1 for 1 so far in the day, doubled in the third. And that one just a bit too high there for ball number 1. Bishop tried to get her to go off speed and didn't bite. So now Bishop getting ready here. The delivery in for a strike, so count evens up at 1-1. 1-1, 2 outs here in the top of the 5th inning. Again, Bishop has been in since the end of the 3rd, or towards the end of the 3rd. She threw 1 at-bat during that 3rd inning. Haven't seen any movement since. This is just a bit far outside, and haven't seen any movement from the Trinity bullpen since. So Hubbard, the sophomore out of Frisco, Texas, batted .235 last season, .231 so far coming into the series. As the delivery, this one's hit out to Tagawa, and Tagawa, easy as you like. So that'll be the 3rd and final out here of this top of the 5th inning. Stick around as we go to the bottom of the 5th inning with Trinity coming up to bat, leading 3-1 over the Hardin-Simmons University Cowgirls. Welcome back, everybody, to Trinity University and the Trinity Tiger Network. My name is Caleb Reed, and it is an absolute pleasure to be here this evening for you as we are watching a fantastic 2-game series between the Trinity University Tigers and the Hardin-Simmons University Cowgirls. Of course, Hardin-Simmons coming out of Abilene, Texas, just about 45 minutes away from my hometown in Sweetwater, so some fond memories of being in that area. One 1-0 count coming up here for Samantha Tagawa, who had the walk-off single there in the bottom of the 8th inning whenever Trinity won game number 1 3-2. Tagawa doing a great job in some very high pressure situations, not just earlier today, but throughout the season. Has, in her first game at the collegiate level, ended up getting a 2 RBI triple to ultimately win the game 5-4 in the season opener at Concordia in 9 innings. That was strike 1 there, so 2-1 count coming up here for Kylie Ruiz. Ruiz came in towards the end of the 3rd inning, same as Cameron Bishop for Trinity. This one in for a strike, so count now even at 2-all. Tagawa getting ready for the 2-2. And Ruiz checking her wrist and getting ready as well. The signal has been delivered, and now Ruiz getting ready for the pitch. The windup and the delivery just outside. Oh, no, they're going to call that one a strike. Sorry, didn't see the hand signal there. And so that will be the first out here as Tagawa goes down looking. So after going down 2-0, Ruiz comes back from it to throw 3 straight strikes and collect the first out of the inning. Also her first strikeout of the game so far. And Boudreaux now up to bat. Boudreaux, of course, one of the Twin Tigers here on this Trinity staff. As her twin sister, Sydney Boudreaux, also on the team, currently not on the lineup for this game, as this one's just a bit too high there. Gets out of the glove there of McMillan. So 2-0 count coming up here for Boudreaux. Boudreaux, of course, had a great day, 4 for 7 against ETBU, and so far during this game is 2 for 2. Had a double in the first inning and then had another double in the third. Ended up coming home there on that third inning double, and that double also resulted in 2 RBI. 2 of the 3 runs that Trinity scored during that third inning. And a big reason why Ruiz is in right now. Boudreaux's going to walk in her third plate appearance, making it her second walk of the season so far. Boudreaux during the earlier game went 1 for 3 with a strikeout, but has definitely stepped it up here tonight. And we are going to see a pinch runner here as Ella Whitaker is going to be coming in.
At first base, number 6, Ella Whitaker.
Whitaker, the
now batting for the Tigers, the right fielder, number 27,
Whitaker, the
Jordan
freshman
Arce.
out of Roanoke, Texas. The utility player who's definitely been a good base running threat for Trinity so far this season, hoping to continue that. But meanwhile, Jordan Arce up to bat now. Had an RBI double earlier in the game. That one in the third inning. Struck out in the first as Whitaker is going to go for 2, and she's going to get the stolen base there. McMillan tried to throw it back to first originally. Not entirely sure why, because Whitaker was so far off, but as soon as that throw went over to first, Whitaker just decided, all right, I'll just go ahead and take second. So now runner in scoring position here for Jordan Arce. Arce, the sophomore, having a career year so far, as this one's in for a strike to even the count at 1-1. Arce went 4 for 6 against ETBU and did not pitch in the opening game against Hardin-Simmons, but so far today is 1 for 2. Actually, no, I do apologize. Arce did bat, as this one is going out to left and caught there by the shortstop, Cantu.
Now batting the catcher, number 24.
Arce during game number 1 went 0 for 2, did walk and ended up scoring later on during the game, but also had a strikeout to her name, as well as a stolen base. So now Jordan Williams up to bat, the catcher, as she calls time. And Williams so far today 0 for 2. Pop out and fly out. As Ruiz delivers. In for a strike there on the first pitch. Ruiz so far has not allowed a run in her 41 pitches. And 9 batters faced. She's gone all the way through the order by now. 3 walks, though, and only 1 strikeout, so hoping for a bit better here. This one hit over to first, and Mayhew's just going to step on the bag to end the inning. So Whitaker unable to score, despite Boudreaux getting on, and Trinity retains a 2-run lead over the Hardin-Simmons University Cowgirls. We're going to take a quick little break here on the Tiger Network, and we will be right back after a short little intermission, let's say, before we go to the 6th inning. Welcome back, everybody, to the top of the 6th inning here from Trinity University. My name is Caleb Reed here on the Trinity Tiger Network. And so far, with just 2 more innings left here for Hardin-Simmons to try and equalize the score, Cameron Bishop just needs to close this one out here. Bishop has been in for 2 1/3 innings. And after coming in the 3rd, she has allowed a run, but other than that, has done very, very well of keeping Hardin-Simmons away from home plate. Up to bat now is Jaslyn Cantu. Cantu, the sophomore out of Abilene, Texas. 28 games played last season, 258 batting average, 375 this season, and gets a good foul ball there. Sounded good off the bat. And it'll roll off of the roof and over to the little walkway right behind the dugout. Bishop getting ready for the pitch. The windup and the delivery, and once again fouled off to the right side. So Cantu a little bit late on her swings. She's got good pop off the bat, but just swinging a little bit too late with these foul pitches. See what she can do here on the 1 and 2. The delivery a bit too far high and outside to make it 2 and 2 as the count evens up. So here we go, Bishop getting the sign, the delivery. This one is now hit out to left, so now a bit early. Yeah, it looks like Bishop went a bit off speed with that pitch. Last season, Hardin-Simmons last season Hardin-Simmons had a pretty good year overall, and despite not making the playoffs, still did pretty good for themselves on the year. Actually, Hardin-Simmons has not made the playoffs since the 2007 season. Only 2 playoff appearances for them. Once in 2006 and another time in 2007. So back-to-back playoff appearances, back-to-back ASC conference champions, and then not too much of anything after that, but hoping to turn things around this season under new head coach Casey Wilson. Wilson, of course, coming over from ACU, former soccer coach and former softball coach of the Wildcats. Getting some groans up here in the box after that one, is that's a hit right up the middle for the first hit of the day for Jaslyn Cantu. Cantu struggled during the first game, went 0 for 2 with a strikeout, and heading into this one had grounded out to second before that base hit. So first base hit of the night for Jaslyn Cantu, and now seeing a pause in the action. Not entirely sure what this pause is for, but with some movement, it looks like there may be a new pitcher coming in. And yes, there is a brand new pitcher coming into the circle. So Bishop's day is done.
Now pitching for the Tigers, number 14, Josephine Colowine.
After about 2 innings of work. And we'll now see Josephine Colowine coming in to pitch for Trinity. So we'll take a quick break while she gets warmed up, and we will return here in the top of the 6th. Welcome back, everybody, here to the top of the 5th inning as Josephine Colowine getting her day started. Colowine appeared in relief in game number 2 of the East Texas Baptist, in game number 1 of the ETBU series. This one a bit far inside as Williams loses the ball and allows the steal attempt by Jaslyn Cantu. Cantu 1 for 1 so far in terms of stolen bases on the season. Did not steal any last year. And now make it 2 for 2 on the year for her in that category. Haley Henson up to bat right now, junior out of Maypearl, Texas. And Cantu thought about the steal. You can see her about halfway between second and third there. But instead deciding to stay at second, as that will be a walk there by Colowine. Henson moving up to first now. And still no outs in this top of the 6th inning. Ava Dennis coming up to bat now. Freshman out of Pilot Point, Texas. Designated player for this game. And we'll see what she is able to do. In for strike number 1 is Colowine. So 0-1 count coming up. Runners on first and second. Again, just running through the rotation. Del Toro in left, Watson in center, RC in right. That's your outfield. This one is a bunt laid down. De La Luna over to first, and it is in time. Tagawa moving over as Lee moved in to cover the bunt. And Marina De La Luna using her size and the strength in that arm to get that ball over to first.
Second base, number 0, Ashley Easley.
Coming next to bat will be Ashley Easley, the senior out of Allen, Texas, in the DFW area. 364 average for her coming into this series in her 4 games on the year. Started the game out with a pop out, that one going over to third, but then after that got a triple, which eventually resulted in Hardin-Simmons' only run of the game so far. In the game earlier this afternoon, as that one's in for another strike, strike 2. Easley was also also made an appearance, but 1 for 3 with an RBI during that performance during Trinity's 3-2 victory. The delivery is just a bit outside there, and so it'll be ball number 1. Colowine in her 2 2/3 innings pitched against ETBU allowed 6 hits and 6 runs. And hoping to avoid that here. This one hit over to the outfield. Del Toro dives where it can't get it. Gonna send the runner, and that will result in a run coming across on the sacrifice play.
RBI for Ashley Easley.
So it's going, or no, sorry, not a sacrifice because it wasn't an out, excuse me. So an RBI there by Ashley Easley as Del Toro dove for it, could not get there in time. And with runners now on first and second, still only 1 out in this top of the 6th inning. Trinity really wanting to avoid the game getting away from them here because it's something that kind of affected them a lot last season. Of course, this is a new team, but hoping to avoid some of the similar issues that hurt them in 2023. This was just a bit too low for ball number 2, and Colwine working with a 2-0 count. Seeing some movement over in the Trinity bullpen once again. Not sure who is doing the moving, but this hit is gonna go foul on the right side off the chain link fence. So again, runners on first and second are Henson and Easley. And up to bat now is Lindsay Radcliffe, senior out of Harker Heights, Texas, playing center field this evening. Played in 41 games last season. Of course, played in all the games last season. Batted .345 and fouls this one off once again. Currently with a 10-15 OPS on the year. Does have a triple as well as 7 RBI. And hoping to extend that number here. That 7 number is the most of anybody on the team so far, and see if Colowine can avoid it here. And not going to be able to do it here as it's a pitch clock violation by Colowine, and so that'll make it a 3-2 count. So count is now full. 3-2-1 on that top row of the Trinity scoreboard. 3 balls, 2 strikes, and an out. Double play is an option here if this one is grounded to the right. So movement on the base pass, but gonna be called strike 3 there for Josephine Colowine. The movement kind of distracted me a little bit there, but either way, it is going to be the second out of the inning. And now Colowine in a much easier spot here, not needing to rely on a double play to keep the run from scoring as the sacrifice is now out of contention. First pitch in for a strike. And Colwine maybe starting to tone it down just a little bit. No movement in the HSU bullpen at the moment, as this one is lost by Williams, and it's going to allow a runner to score. So we have a tie ball game here at Trinity as the runner comes across the score on, I believe, I don't know if they're going to call that a wild pitch or a passed ball, but either way, it allows the runner across, and we have a tie game here, 3-all. Getting ready for the 0-1. That one a bit too low there, and so it's going to be called a ball on the 1-1. Up to bat is Madison Mayhew, junior out of Beaverton, Oregon. The delivery, swing and a miss, strike number 2. And so Colwine just trying to get out of the inning. That last play that allowed the runner to score will be credited to Colwine on the wild pitch. Colwine with the delivery, it's hit over to left, and De La Luna not going to be able to get over there in time. So count still even at 2-all. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. Mayhew, the first baseman, getting ready for the delivery. The wind and the pitch. Too high, ball 3, so the count is now full. Mayhew hoping to get something here and continue this big inning for Hardin-Simmons. As this one is going out to left, it drops. Hardin-Simmons is going to take the lead here as this one drops into left field, just about a foot off of the foul line. And now with that hit, Hardin-Simmons takes the lead 4-3 over the Trinity Tigers. And that movement looks like Colwine's day is going to be done, as we've got another substitution coming in. Looks like that substitution is going to be Heather Nugent. So
number 3, Heather Nugent.
Nugent is going to get an opportunity to warm back up, as Nugent was the starter for this game before getting taken out midway through the 3rd inning. We're going to take a quick break here on the Trinity Tiger Network. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to Trinity University and the Trinity Tiger Network. As we return to the 6th inning here, Josephine Colwine only lasting 2/3 of an inning before getting pulled, as Hardin-Simmons now leads 4-3. The starting pitcher, Heather Nugent, is back in the circle. She left 2/3 of the way through the 3rd, as this one is off the glove of Angela Baltzl. It's going to allow another runner on, and the big inning for Hardin-Simmons continues. As that was, let's see, that was Emily Jacobs, the one who managed to hit that one. It was a substitution for a pinch runner as Addison Conklin, freshman out of Prosper, Texas, was the player to be subbed in. Now to bat for Hardin-Simmons is going to be Christian McMillan, senior out of Winsboro, Texas. Was subbed out earlier on today as the runner's going to go to third. Not in time. The throw there by Jordan Williams just barely missed the timing mark, and so now runners advance up to second and third respectively, and McMillan trying to send more of them home than already have during this inning. 3 runs have scored for Hardin-Simmons in this 6th inning. This one right back over to Carson Lee, and the bleeding finally stops for Trinity, as that will end out the top of the 6th, and Trinity finds themselves trailing 4-3 here against Hardin-Simmons going into the bottom of the 6th. Again, we're going to take a quick little break and be right back, but don't go anywhere. Trinity still has 2 innings to work with whenever we come back. Welcome back, everybody, to Trinity University and the Trinity Tiger Network. My name is Caleb Reed, and Trinity finds themselves down in a little bit of a hole here. 4-3 your score. The Hardin-Simmons Cowgirls leading at the moment after a 3-run top of the 6th inning. But Carson Lee going to be getting things started and hoping to get it back a little bit here for Trinity. So far, Lee today has grounded out and walked. So technically 0 for 1. And with that first pitch being a ball, definitely going to be hoping to get the inning started with plenty of energy. The delivery, this one is hit right back up the middle. This is going to be a base hit as Carson Lee moves over to first. Trinity gets their first hit of the inning. Their 6th of the game so far. No, sorry, their 5th of the game so far. And now we're going to see Marina De La Luna coming up to bat in a very big spot. De La Luna last season, I mean, what can't you say about her? She's the all-time home run leader for Trinity University. 105 career hits. Hoping to make it 106 here. She's not had the best season so far. Only 2 hits all season, and so far during this game, she's struck out and had a sacrifice fly. That sac fly coming in the 4th inning. De La Luna hoping for something here on the 1-0. Swing and popped up, and it's going to go right back over to second. Lee slides back over to first as easily ran up to get that one.
Sydney Watson.
And so now we're going to see the center fielder, Sydney Watson, coming up to bat. Watson, the junior out of San Antonio, Texas. Can't call it a homecoming because she's here basically all the time, but 6 games played so far, and she's had quite a few clutch hits throughout the season, and hoping for another one here. In for strike number 1 in the upper part of the zone. We'll see what she can do here on the 0-1. Ruiz still in the game. And she's done pretty good in her relief. This one hit over to Cantu, over to second, and not able to get the double play, but it looked like it did have double play potential there, but Watson just moving a bit too fast there, and she's got some really sneaky speed at her position in center, and of course on the base paths as well. So now we're going to see Angela Baltzel coming up to bat. The sophomore who's gone 0 for 1 so far today, flew out in the first and walked in the fourth. First pitch is for a ball to make it 1-0. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th. And Trinity hoping that these bats can stay hot for just a little while longer. Baltzel watches strike number 1 go through. And so the 1-1 count coming up as the count is now even. Same defensive alignment for Hardin-Simmons as they've had for the majority of this game. This one a bit too far outside as Watson has to dive back for it. Two 2-1 count coming up, and just want to remind you that this will be the final game of the night for Trinity, but not the final game of the weekend, as they will be hosting McMurray tomorrow at noon and 2 p.m. as this one is fouled back. Hits right off of the pole supporting the foul netting. Trinity remains here at home for a very, very, very impressive slate of games. They have 27 total home games scheduled this season, including 18 of the first 19. Baltzel hits this one to third. The throw over, not in time, as Watson gonna go to third. Baltzel looks like she's gonna try and go to second. She does not. I think that she was trying to bait the throw over, which would have allowed Watson to go home, but either way, the runner advances over to third base, and now the tying run for Hayden Del Toro just 60 feet away. Del Toro so far today 1 for 3 with the bat in her hands. Got her first hit of the evening earlier on in the game, as she went 0 for 4 during the first game, and now we're getting a brief stoppage here as looks like there's some conversation between the Hardin-Simmons coach and the official. So I believe, yes, we are seeing a pitching change here as Ruiz's day is done after 3 innings of work. And so coming in for Ruiz is going to be number 2, Aubriana Salazar. So we are going to give her a chance to warm up, and we will be back on the Trinity Tiger Network. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to Trinity University, as we're getting the first look in 2024 at Aubriana Salazar, the senior out of Abilene, Texas. Has not pitched so far this season, but last season appeared in 11 games. 4 of those appearances were starts. 29.2 innings pitched over the course of her 2023 campaign, and had a pretty good ERA, 2.36. Only just a little bit above Kylie Ruiz's 2.28, which led the team last season. This pitch in for strike number 1. here with 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th innings. Salazar had a 5-0 record last season, and again mainly appeared in relief efforts, only allowing about 4 1/4 hits per 7, and definitely hoping to keep the ball off of the bats of Trinity, and in particular Hayden Del Toro, who had a single that went up the middle earlier on in the day. Eventually Del Toro went on to score. As we'll see the next pitch here, Del Toro hits this one. It was an off-speed pitch and ends up going over into left. It's now getting ready for the 0-2 with 2 outs. Del Toro definitely going to be protective here, hoping to avoid another strikeout. And that's what she gets. Fantastic play there by Aubriana Salazar to get out of the inning. Runners were on 1st and 3rd, and she didn't let that one get to her one little bit. Salazar able to get the strikeout, and now Trinity down to just 1 inning left to go. But before they get to that inning, they need to keep Hardin-Simmons off of the scoring column themselves. We'll be right back as we get ready for the top of the 7th here from Trinity University. Welcome back, everybody, to the top of the 7th here from Trinity University. Trinity Tiger Network here for all of you back at home. After this one, Trinity will be playing McMurray here at home, as this one is out to right field. Jordan Arce on the run, and Jordan Arce is going to get the first out of the inning. A very, very quick defensive start here for Trinity. Wasn't quite expecting that one to start off so quickly.
Batting second, the shortstop, number 22, Jaslyn Cantu.
Next up is going to be the shortstop, Jaslyn Cantu, sophomore out of Abilene, Texas. And after this one, Trinity will remain on the road playing the McMurray University Warhawks, also out of Abilene, Texas. Meanwhile, for Hardin-Simmons, they are going to remain on the road. All of their first 10 games are road trips. This one out for a ball, sorry. And so it will be 2-0 coming up. They're going to go up to Georgetown to play Southwestern before heading over to Kerrville and playing Schreiner. That one's going to be a ball for 3-0, and Nugent really wanting to avoid a walk here. Nugent with the windup and the delivery in for a strike. And so the 3-1 count. Cantu still definitely with leverage here, has not walked, grounded out in the 3rd inning, and then got a single in the 6th. In for another strike, so now the count is full. 3-2 is what we've got here for Heather Nugent right now. Nugent, the freshman out of Huntington Beach, California, started this game, as this one is over to De La Luna. De La Luna over to Lee, and Lee is able to get the 2nd out of this top of the 7th inning. So now we're going to go back to the top of the order, as we're going to say hi to Haley Henson junior out of May Pearl, Texas. Playing in left field this evening. And has had a couple of good defensive plays as well. Just a bit too low and off-speed pitch for ball number 1. One-0 count coming up. Tried to get a running bunt, try and get a bit of momentum on her side, but was outside for a ball. Pulled that bat back just in time. Nugent so far 3 2/3 innings pitched. And in there for a strike, just barely nipped the inside corner of the zone. And so now getting ready for the 2-1 with 2 outs. This one a bit too high, so count moves now to 3-1 once again. After this, if Henson is able to get on base, it will go over to Ava Dennis. Nugent, the hit. This one is going to go all the way out to center field. Watson stops it, and it will be a single there for Haley Henson. And now we're going to see Ava Dennis coming up, the freshman out of Pilot Point, Texas, the designated player for this game. So far today, Dennis 0 for 2 with a sacrifice fly in the 6th. Struck out in the 4th and grounded out in the 1st. As the ball gets away from Jordan Williams here, a wild pitch. Henson thought about going to 3rd, but instead holds up at 2nd. And Trinity really not wanting the game to get away from him here. And it's going to be listed as Henson stealing 2nd. And Dennis getting ready for the pitch. This one in for a strike. Baltzel moving over for De La Luna to cover 3rd. And it's just a little game within the game, those tiny little movements. Baltzel moving over to 3rd instead of 2nd. All the small little adjustments can sometimes have a big advantage depending on how you use them. One and 2 count coming up with 2 outs here in the top of the 7th. Runner on 2nd is Henson. De La Luna at 3rd, Baltzel at short, Tagawa at 2nd, and Lee at 1st is your Trinity infield with, of course, Jordan Williams at catcher, Heather Nugent your pitcher, and in the outfield, Del Toro at left, Watson in center, and Arce in right. Arce had a pretty load-heavy game 1, so despite her abilities, Coach Whitnauer deciding not to put her in the circle, as this one goes for a ball and sets up the 1 and 2. Dennis so far does have a strikeout. Again, that one coming in the 4th. Thought about the swing, does not take it, and now Henson is going to steal 3rd. No throw made by Jordan Williams, so HSU just trying to extend that lead here. And now getting ready for the 2-2. Nugent with the delivery. Swing and a miss. Strike number 3. And despite the runner on 3rd, no damage done during that top of the 7th inning. So we're going to go down to the bottom of the 7th. Trinity one last shot to try and either tie it or win it. 2 very, very good games have been played so far here in San Antonio, and we're looking forward to the ending of this one as we get ready for the bottom of the 7th here in San Antonio. Welcome back, everybody, to Trinity University, with the Trinity University Tigers trailing 4-3 to the Hardin-Simmons University Cowgirls as Tagawa takes that first pitch a bit inside. Tagawa, after getting the walk-off hit in game number 1, is kind of struggling a little bit so far today. 0 for 2 on the day with a walk in the 3rd inning. Struck out looking in the 5th and grounded out in the 1st. And gets strike number 1 there looking, so 1-1 coming up by Aubriana Salazar. Salazar came in towards the end of that 6th inning and got the out despite runners being on 3rd. As now that's going to be called a ball, so 2-1 count coming up. And this has been a very, very good crowd that we've had so far this evening. Of course, Hardin-Simmons not too far away, and so does allow fans to come over here. And of course, a lot of Trinity supporters as well. As we get ready for the 2-1, this one popped up by Tagawa and going back in foul territory. Lands in the lawn by, or lands in the lawn by the bleachers. And so we'll see what happens here on the 2-2. Tagawa getting ready. That was just a bit too high for ball number 3, so the count moves to full. Tagawa would love a big hit here. She is no stranger to big game situations. Of course, having that go-ahead triple at Concordia, and now with an opportunity to send it off once again. That one is going to be a high ball 4. And so Tagawa moves 60 feet to the right and will take first base.
Second, the designated player, number 23, Hannah Boudreau.
Setting up the 3-hole spot for Hannah Boudreau. Boudreau so far today, and I mean, also has done pretty well for herself. 2 hits in 2 at-bats, as well as a walk. Just a bit high as McMillan once again pump faking over to first, trying to move Tagawa back. Boudreau watching this pitch. It goes into right, and it's going to be caught over in right field there by Emily Jacobs, freshman out of Joshua, Texas, and that will be the first out of the inning. Tagawa had to move back pretty quickly there and almost didn't make it, but did get there just in time, and now we're going to see Jordan Arce coming back up to bat. Arce so far today, 1 for 3 with an RBI, also has a strikeout, but that one hit was a double. She struck out in the 1st, then doubled in the 3rd, and then popped out again in the 5th. This one a bit too high for ball number 1. Arce became the first Trinity player since 2021 to score a multi-homer game. That one coming in game number 1 against ETBU. Salazar with the delivery. This one is fouled over to left. Almost hit Jordan Williams there, but avoids it. Arce so far this season, a 23-34 OPS. Essentially hitting 2 for 3 coming into this series, as that one is in for a strike. A great little drop-in pitch. Got her off speed, and now getting ready for the 1-2 count. 1 out here in the inning. Tagawa on first. Arce with the bat in her hands. We know what she can do. Delivers on the 1-2, swung and popped up. That one's going back into right, and that one's going to end up in the TUPD backyard. They've been getting a lot of fouls over the last couple days or so. As now we get ready once again for Salazar to deliver the 1-2. The delivery, bit too high there. McMillan looking very aggressive, trying to get Tagawa to move back. And if Trinity can't get anything on the boards here, that will end it. Again, softball only with 7 innings. This one hit right back over to the catcher to second and unable to get the double play at first, but now with 2 outs to go, the final shot for Trinity is going to be in the hands of Jordan Williams, the senior out of Clayton, California. She's been in some big spots before, actually led the team, or actually has the most doubles in her career out of everybody on the team so far, so we know that she can hit it. But the question is, can she hit it in this spot? That will be the big question that is on the minds of everybody here as we get ready for the first pitch of this at bat. This one a bit too far outside for ball number 1. Again, 1-0 with 2 outs. It is a very, very tight spot here. Arcee still on first. Doesn't look like she's going to try and run. She's going to try and see what happens here. Williams hits this one over to left, and that will be the end of this one. A great play there by Jazza Cantu. And Trinity and Hardin-Simmons split the series at 1 game apiece. Hardin-Simmons winning this one 4-3 here in their 6th game of the season. They move out to a 5-1 record on the year. Trinity will be at 5-3 on the season. And what an absolutely fantastic game we got to watch. Got to see a lot of rotation by everybody, especially here in game number 2. Game number 1 saw Haven Williams go the entire way, but in game number 2, Jory Hood, the starter, ended up getting replaced by Kylie Ruiz, and then Ruiz was replaced for the final inning and a third. Meanwhile, for Trinity, a great day for them as well. Unfortunately, fell just a little bit short, but still one of the best starts that we have seen out of this Trinity team in quite some time. And even though it doesn't result in a win like they would have been hoping, it still results in a great game played and, of course, a win during game 1 in the 8th inning. So we are, and so that will be it for the Trinity University Tigers, at least today. They will remain at home for the next several days. They do have a road trip up to Georgetown whenever they go and play George Fox, but then they will come back on March 3rd for yet another home game in a season that includes 27 total home games. Absolutely insane numbers for them. But in terms of more current planning, Trinity will be playing tomorrow as well against McMurray University. The Warhawks coming to San Antonio after they played Southwestern tonight. I would get the stats from those games for you, but I do not have them at the moment. And meanwhile, for Hardin-Simmons, they are going to go on the road and going to Georgetown. So a little bit of travel partners there on both ends. Trinity, again, moving out to a 5-3 record on the season. And Hardin-Simmons moving to 5-1. So that will be it from me. Hardin-Simmons wins game number 2, but Trinity wins game number 1, a 1-2 split. And that will do it here from San Antonio. So I'd like to say thank you to everybody in the control room for making all of this possible. And, of course, to all of you who have been watching for being the reason why we do this. My name has been Caleb Reed. It has been a pleasure to be broadcasting this for you on the Trinity Tiger Network. And I will see you all tomorrow.